contact 216-664-2570. Good afternoon. We're going to reconvene this Committee of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Committee of the Whole. I think we could just jump in, so please proceed.
Yes.
And we're on, I'm sorry, which one are we on? Code enforcement? So please read the description if you could. Thank you.
Page 278, Division of Code Enforcement, Commissioner Thomas Vanover. Page 280, Salaries and Wages, 2023 unaudited, $5,057,537. 2024 budgeted, $6,102,089. Page 281, Total Expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $8,145,880. 2024 budgeted, $9,074,141. Number of employees, December 2023, 82. Budgeted 2024, 90, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. And I want to make sure that everybody knows that everybody did receive a green sheet for page 280. I believe. Is there any other green sheets associated? There's several green sheets. So you want to explain the green sheets, Chief?
Yes, to the chair and the rest of council. So for pages 280 and 281 reflects the move of 20 full-time positions out of the vacancy pool and into code enforcement. And so the changes reflect the added personnel expenses related with that move, and it increases the proposed appropriation for the Division of Code Enforcement to just under $9.1 million.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on that point? I'm going to save mine for a moment, so I'll go to Councilman Harsh and then Polisic.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think headline, City Council restores missing building and housing positions. For those following along at home, this is wonderful news. I'm glad to see these 20 positions put back in code enforcement. Obviously, it's vital to make Residents First a successful piece of legislation that we have these spots available for Director Martin O'Toole, particularly for the exterior point of sale inspections and for the need to get caught up with our lead certification, lead safe certification, and the new work that needs to go into the rental registry to ensure that local agents in charge are being kept an eye on. Did have a quick question though, through the chair to the chief director. It looks though like the Division of Code Enforcement's total budget remains unchanged. I see the changes in salaries and wages and the changes in benefits, which is to be expected, but then the $9,074,000 remains unchanged as the bottom line.
Chief?
Through the chair, that is a typo. The total expense should be up, let's see. About $1.4 million.
Repeat where that is at.
So it's a typo in the total expenses on page 281.
Okay.
We'll
Green
fix this, but it should be approximately,
A blue sheet. So it should be about 10.4?
it should be about 10.4 million, plus or minus.
Total
Yeah.
expenditures.
Okay. So that'll be a blue sheet, I'm told, which is fine. We can, we'll get there. That's fantastic. I'm just really excited about this, and I'm so glad that we are all in agreement down here that this is really important legislation. It's really important that we fund and staff these positions and that we prioritize that with our budget. So that's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Harsh. Councilman Mike Polisic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. To the director, I want to thank all my colleagues for lobbying to get this increase in staff and the reduction of the pool. I also want to thank VAPAC, Frank Ford, and all those folks who've been calling us and lobbying us to increase the the code enforcement area of the city of Cleveland. And again, I want to say to the administration, I want to thank them for hearing us and the mayor for hearing us. Because it's one thing to talk about residents first, but it's another thing to enforce the code and to implement it. And the way it was structured, as we all know, it was not going to be effective. That was become very clear to all of us around the table. And I could say the same thing about some other departments and divisions as well as it pertains to the pool. And I'm hoping that's something we're going to get resolved in reconciliation, especially the health department is an area that concerns me greatly as well as it pertains to staffing levels. But again, I think this is a big move, and it wouldn't have happened without the advocacy of members of City Council and the outside groups and agencies that worked so heavily on residents first. I think, Mr. Chairman, I say to my colleagues that sometimes there's been a mindset that somehow that the budget comes to us and we can't make changes, or we can't lobby, or we can't alter things. We can, because it's the mayor's estimate when it comes to us, but then it becomes the people's budget once it's in our possession. And what this reflects today is that we're looking out for the residents. We're looking out for our people and the building and housing and the Division of Code Enforcement. So again, thank you to my colleagues, Mr. Chairman, our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Councilman did I have Spencer? I want to save Harrison for last if I could. But Harrison, I'm going to save you for last if that's good. All right, Spencer.
Mr. Chair, ditto everything my colleagues said. Both of my colleagues just said I concur with all of that. It's really important, and I'm glad we've arrived at this outcome. I did want to ask an additional question regarding the org chart on page 279 through the chair. It's my understanding, I just happened to be in a conversation where it's my understanding that the director will be restructuring building and housing. So my question through the chair is, does this org chart represent the new structure, and or I know she intends to get back to council very soon, but it seems like that in addition to the change that was anticipated through Residents First, there's been a lot of thought that's gone into staffing structure and workflow, and just wondering if that's reflected here through the chair.
Through the chair, it does not. This is the current state.
This is the current state, okay. But through the chair, is that inaccurate that that an active restructuring of building and housing is underway?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. So I think that's just a heads up to colleagues. I stumbled upon that information. I was just in the right place at the right time with the conversation. I just think we are all so invested in the success of this department. I know that so many colleagues individually are, and collectively as a body, this is the year of building and housing. This is really our shot, right? This is the moonshot year. So I would just request that we stay in close communication and collaboration with the administration as all these changes unfold, and as the department staffs up. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions before I go to the chair? Okay, I go to the chair. I do have one question, but I want to make sure that I hear from the chair first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I think what we wanted to see has happened, at least somewhat. We have the addition of the 15 positions plus additional 5 has gotten us back to where we started, which is a good thing. Although I would say that there is still some work that we need to do within this department to really get the staff up to where the director would like to be as relates to code enforcement. And as we keep hearing much about success of Residents First, well, in addition to Residents First, the work that the department is trying to do regarding code enforcement we have some work to be done, some work to do, much work left to be done to get us to the levels that we heard during our operational reviews and our hearings regarding residents first. So this is a good starting point. I'm glad that we've gotten to this point where we are today. I just want to put that out there because the work is not done as it relates to positions for building and housing. Through the director, opposite. Through the chair to the director. The property maintenance positions that the director spoke about, is that reflected in this budget?
Through the chair, so that's the new PMI, the property maintenance inspectors.
Those are 40 positions, I believe.
Yeah, so there was some work that had to be done with the Local 100 and civil service to ensure that that classification exists and is contained in the labor contract, has the appropriate pay, et cetera, negotiated and duties negotiated with the union. That's all been done. So now with this budget that is proposed with the added staff, I believe the director's plan is to fill a significant number of these vacancies with those entry-level property maintenance inspector positions to create, to get the staff in needed for residents first, also to make it easier to get folks in the door. The PMI is a less onerous set of requirements to come in, so it'll be easier to get folks in, and it also creates a nice pipeline for folks to move up the chain.
Got it. So through the chair to director, so these 20 positions will be for PMIs?
Not exclusively. I don't have the breakdown in front of me of what the director intends, but a significant chunk of the new hiring she anticipates is for PMI folks. There are other inspector positions. There's some expected attrition over the next month or so out of the department that will have to be backfilled. And then in connection with this additional work under the Residents First program, there will be some added administrative support needed as well. So I know that there is some small amount of admin staff that will be hired to support the inspection work being done by the code enforcers.
Got it. Okay. So as I said, through the chair to the director, this is a good starting point. We absolutely still need our residential building inspectors, just as we would like to see the new classification of PMIs come on as well, because there's two different functions, two different abilities, and authorities rather. So, I hope as we continue to go through this process that we look beyond these 20 positions that we put back as a starting point, but look at how we can add additional positions to support the work that we want the department to do. And that is positions to fill the PMI classification that is now allowed due to the negotiations that has taken place. So, again, happy to see this going in the right direction. I think it's going to be up to this body to take it even further. And I just ask us to keep in mind that, yes, we have 20, but the department has other needs as well, in addition to these 20, that we really would like to get the department up to, because those property maintenance inspectors will be critical to the success of the work that we're all trying to do. Right, not just residents first, but there's a lot of things around building a house that's trying to be, completed, and those PMI inspectors, those PMI positions rather, will be an integral piece of what we're trying to accomplish. Okay, so just my comments, and I know that there's going to be some comments that centered around our healthy home inspectors or initiative, not inspectors, but healthy home initiative or engagement specialists. I don't know what we call them these days, but they do great work in our community. So I know that's going to come up to see how they interact with the Department of Building and Housing, the open positions, the need for additional positions. So there may be some room there to talk about how we use those positions to support the department as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. And I'm really going to rely on Hairston, Harsh, and that committee because they do have some thoughts and some recommendations on potentially redirecting some of those healthy homes positions. So I didn't want to try to delve into the operational, but there may be some recommendations coming about how and where, in consultation with Director Martin, how we may be able to put some of those resources to help our residents first.
Yeah, if just on that point, since we suspected it would come up, through the chair, from our perspective, the HHI program, which I think we can all acknowledge has in the past had some challenges, is on more solid footing at the moment. We've got new management leading the program, and it has really been working well over the last year, and is an important sort of set of boots on the ground to help support and augment the work of building and housing. So I think from the administration's perspective, we're in full support of the HHI program continuing to exist as a resource for our CDCs and as an extension, essentially, of our building and housing staff here at City Hall.
Well, and let me say this, Chief. That's the reason why we're not really trying to delve into it today, because quite frankly, I agree. This is a council-created program under former Councilman Brancatelli, who brought this to us, I think in 2020 or something like that. And I'm not always in a hurry to dismantle council-led initiatives. And so I do think it has some value, but we do want to make sure we understand and know how this folds into residents first and how it complements residents first, because we believe that could be a game changer. Okay?
May I have a point on that?
On that point, Councilwoman Spencer?
Thank you. On that point, I wanted to make sure I was clear that we will have the opportunity to talk about funding for Healthy Homes Initiative specialists when we discuss community development. So that's it's technically part of their budget, the community development budget.
It's through the chair. It's part of their CDBG budget, so it's not part of the general fund community development budget.
Oh, it is part of block grant. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? I do want to also thank the administration, because council, as you could probably tell, had a lot of anxiety over that, and I know that me and you have had several conversations. Unbeknownst to everybody, we kind of debrief every day on what's coming and how the next day is going to look. So I do think this is where collaboration comes in. So appreciate it. And that being said, we'll move on from Division of Code Enforcement. The next one is Division of Construction Permitting. Please read the description.
Page 282, Division of Construction Permitting, Commissioner Naveed Hussain. Page 284, Salaries and Wages, 2023 unaudited, $1,091,641. 2024 budgeted, $1,446,418. Total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $1,504,014. 2024 budgeted, $2,041,826. Page 285, number of employees, December 2023, 17. Budgeted 2024, 20. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Director.
Yes, thank you to the chair and council. Just a note that the total budgeted headcount for this division is up 1 from 2023. The increase in full-time personnel expense compared to our 2023 unaudited to 2024 adopted, in addition to the 27th pay, and as part of labor negotiations, there was some steps added to the classifications, so some folks got some step increases as part of the labor contract.
Thank you. All right. So looking at the let's see. Other training professional dues, tuition and registration fees, is that enough to cover things like continued education for these folks? I mean, is it to the best of your belief that that's enough to cover that?
To the chair, yes, that's consistent with what they've requested, and at least on the tuition and registration line item with what they've spent at least last year.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. I probably missed this during the operational review. I missed that day at DPS. I'm sorry, Chairman Hairston. But I know that this department was the subject of a significant consulting project with Baker Tilly. And I'm wondering if you could provide any brief overview about changes to the department structure or anything that might appear in the budget as a result of the Baker Tilly consultation. Through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, no real changes to the structure of the organization, really more in terms of process. So the engagement with Baker Tilly initially focused on our construction permitting processes, has been expanded to cover kind of all our permits and processes, licenses and permits to really do two things. One, examine the process for each permit and assess whether that makes sense, is efficient, and then two, the level, the fee associated with the permit to ensure that we're, where appropriate, recapturing the cost of issuing the permit. That work is ongoing. The building and housing portion of it is on the is further along because it started sooner. But we'll see the impact of it in the day-to-day operations in the, some of it be in the capital budget where we've made some investments in the Acela system through capital funds to enhance and upgrade that system, make it more user-friendly. But you wouldn't really see anything in here.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional questions on construction permitting? Hearing none, Mr. Chair, we are moving to port control.
And you got the mic.
All right, I got the mic. Port control. Can staff read port control, please?
$336, Airport General Operations, Director Brian L. Francis. Page 338, 2023 unaudited salaries and wages, $22,837,940. 2024 budgeted, $29,998,933. Page 341, 2023 unaudited total expenditures, $168,752,834. 2024 budgeted, $185,415,029. Number of employees December 2023, 322. Budgeted 2024, 418. Chair.
Thank you so much. Okay, so before we jump into the airport, I will note we had a robust conversation in our committee around operations, and to also note that we will get continued updates and briefings throughout the year on things like the contract, master planning, et cetera. But today we're going to focus on the budget, which is what's in front of us today. Also, as a reminder, this is a enterprise fund, and on top of being an enterprise fund, it is also a department that is most of all paid for by the airlines, with the exception of grants and other things like that. So we are kind of jumping out of the general fund into an enterprise fund with this conversation. With that, Chief, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Chairman. And just take a moment with us for this session is Christine Gilmartin from Port Control, who is the CFO over there and able to answer the budget-related questions. I can just give a brief overview and really just focusing on the headcount. The total budgeted headcount is down versus 2023, but that's really the result of removing seasonal positions. If you look at the full-time allocation for Port Control, it's up by 9 people from 2023 to 2024.
All right. Other chief? Christine?
Hi, good afternoon. I do not have any opening remarks.
No, nothing exciting to tell?
The only thing
or-
on top of what you had said, Chairman, is that we do not receive any general fund money.
Right.
He did state that we are a fully residual airport, which is an unusual model. What that means is we are not profit making, so we are backed by our airlines. We create as much non-airline revenue as we can through parking and various programs, and then we charge back the airlines the shortfall, if you will. If I overcollect, I pay it back to the airlines. If I undercollect, I bill the airline. So our budget is always revenue and expenses are equal.
And for this year's budget, I think it's $1 apart. I love that about this budget every year. The revenues versus expenses are $1 apart. Wonder where that $1 is going. So, all righty. So, looking at the budget, let's see. Can you explain under claims, refunds, and maintenance what indirect cost is?
To the chair, indirect cost is a cost that is charged by the city to the various departments, airport. It's to pay for the services we use through the city. Anything that is processed through the city that we don't directly do, there's a charge for that for those services.
Okay.
And it's an indirect cost.
Okay, and then when I'm looking under interdepartmental service charges, can you explain, talk to me about those charges from general fund, telephone exchange?
Yeah, to the chair. Certain items are provided by the city directly. Excuse me. IT charges, telephone exchange. So we're in cooperation with the city. They provide those services to us, cell phones, phones. So that's the cost that we're paying to the general fund because they manage it for the whole city. And I think the thought is on that is that it's a better deal because it's kind of like a group effort where we get the most bang for our buck.
Right, so when we see charges from, that's the airport system paying the general fund or telephone exchange or WPC, et cetera.
That is correct.
Great. All right, so moving down, charges for service, can you explain what that is under revenue?
Oh, the way that is shown in the mayor's estimate, charges for services here is really everything, almost all revenues of the airport. In the airline packet that we give to our airlines, we do break out the airline's cost from general revenue. And I did bring that with me today, which would be everything. So basically, they're rolling almost all of our revenue into charges for services.
Got it. And then the miscellaneous category under revenue?
The miscellaneous category by us is used by any revenue that we did not budget, but for instance, sometimes we get a reimbursement through an insurance or something that comes in on a claim. We categorize that to miscellaneous revenue. And we always put an amount in there because there's always something that comes in through the year.
Okay. All right. Let's make sure that. And then under contractual services, the transfer to other airport funds?
So, to the chair, that is through our master lease. The airlines through our master lease provide us so much money that we get to budget for, and I call that discretionary funding. We have two lines in the budget that are a transfer, and those are both funded by the airlines. I bake those right into our rates and charges, and then I take those out and I transfer them to a separate fund, and we use them for items such as matches for grants and various needs that we have of a smaller dollar amount that might be for roof repairs or something unusual, but the airlines provide that every year, and it goes up in accordance with the master lease.
All right. All right, I'm going to start with my vice chair, Councilman Charles Slife. Do you have any questions on this budget?
I do not have any questions. I will allow my colleagues to ask some, but for those who weren't able to attend the operations hearings, I think just a couple things to point out about the success of the airport right now. We're seeing an expansion of Frontier Airlines. We were just under our goal of hitting 10 million passengers a year. So I think that there's a lot to celebrate at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport, and excited for 2024 to really get underway. Everybody buy some tickets, let's go on vacation and get that number over 10 million.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Anthony Hairston. He's buying the tickets, by the way, for everybody.
All right.
No, maybe not for them, but we appreciate them. No. we appreciate them. You know, if I had to choose, I would choose Spirit, but that's another story. But no, just quickly, I missed the response regarding seasonal positions. Why zero budgeted for 2024? Can someone through the chair give me that again, please?
Through the chair. Actually, our seasonals were budgeted. If you go to page 338 of the mayor's estimate, the 2024 column, The budget is actually $425,000. However, when the load was put in by my team, the number was not loaded. So the number in the mayor's estimate does show 0 for seasonal. However, the funding is there for the seasonals, which are for snowplow drivers
And
during the
that's,
winter season.
where's that again?
It's on page
338?
338.
Okay, I
It's
see
the
the season.
second line. So there was a confusion brought to my attention, and we
Okay.
are going to have that fixed for the budget book.
Okay, so we'll get a green sheet for that?
Yes, we will.
Through the director? Through the chair, rather? Yes. I can't know why I keep calling him director. Oh, that's okay. All right, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Do I have any additional questions on the airport budget? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Alrighty, and that concludes port control.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Matt Rose is not used to that. He came from CD. He used to being here for a little bit.
Yeah. Do you see a smile when I turn?
Oh, we're gonna have a busy year with the airport, so don't worry about that. Alrighty, Department of Public Works. Oh, there's Councilman Bishop. The mic is yours, my friend.
Page 238, Division of Public Works Administration, Director Frank Williams. Page 240, Salaries and Wages, 2023 unaudited, $1,873,180. 2024 budgeted, $2,013,896. Page 241, total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $2,846,096. 2024 budgeted, $3,141,348. Number of employees, December 2023, 23. Budgeted 2024, 26. Mr. Chairman.
Sure thing. Chairman, Council, I have the distinct pleasure of handing the microphone over to our Budget Administrator, Nicole Gallagher, who is the individual in OBM who is responsible for working with Public Works and knows this budget better than anyone, probably better than anyone in the department, and will handle the questions for this series of divisions.
All right, we are on page 238, right? Okay, 239. All right. All right, the first question, on page 241, the expenditures. What's your name? I'm sorry.
Nicole Gallagher.
Nicole? The expenditures, we had quite a bit of increase from 2023 unaudited to 2024. We got a projected huge increase. What is the rationale behind that increase?
To the chair, I would say the biggest increase is they had a significant amount of vacancies in 2023. Their budget, I believe, was 36, and they ended the year at 23. So
Okay.
a significant amount of vacancies.
So, and what are we have budgeted for? So you say they're supposed to have how many? They want to have how many for the budget?
So in 2024, they're budgeted for 26. They currently have 3 vacancies. The 2023 budget was 36, and they have positions in the vacancy pool as well.
Okay, so those positions are not identified because they're going to be in the pool, correct? Okay,
That is correct.
all right. Under revenues, I see we have a projected big drop in revenues from 2023 unaudited down to 2024, from 500,000 down to 90,000.
To the chair, in 2023, there was a sale of land at 8555 Huff Avenue, and the proceeds from the sale for that were about $410,000.
And what was that building? Was that a building? Multi-purpose building? Okay. Did we get market value for that?
Through the chair, under the codified ordinances, when we sell land, it has to be at fair market value, so there's always an appraisal done that guides the sale price.
Okay. All right, I'm going to open up the questions for Division of Public Works Administration. Is there any questions from my colleagues? Councilwoman Santana.
Thank you. We need more microphones on this budget. I've been saying that for quite some time. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. So when my colleagues share that, Department Building and Housing, Health, very important. For me, Public Works is extremely important as we talk about litter and garbage and maintenance for our landscaping and vacant lots. So I'm just curious to know, with all the vacancies, and I know that we increased the budget this year, does this budget reflect the capacity, I guess, to handle all these vacant lots that we have and litter, garbage, and cleanup? And I do want to give a kudos to Director. I mean, he does an amazing job when he's quick to respond, and I know his team does great work, but you know where we're at with the city with all this public works work. So I'm curious to know if this budget reflects that.
Through the chair, so I think, yeah, so right now we're on administration, so really we're talking about the staff that helps administer and lead the day-to-day operations of the department and the various divisions. I think when we get to the Division of Property Maintenance.
Park maintenance.
Okay, so it's going to be separate
Park
here.
and Property Maintenance, we'll get to the vacant lot piece and other work that they do. And I think it's important when we get to that conversation to, keep in mind the other efforts that are happening to address vacant lots, whether it be through work that community development is doing with land bank dispositions, work that the county land bank is doing with respect to its efforts to revitalize vacant land. And then, the Sites Fund, which is also working to take care of vacant land and repurpose it. So I think there's a lot of work that's happening in addition to what Public Works is doing to address vacant lots.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Santana. I do invite you to all the Public Works hearings that we have. Okay, we'll address that. Is there any more questions on Public Works Administration? All right, we move on to the next department. Staff.
Page 242, Division of Recreation, Commissioner Samuel Gissentanner. Page 244, Salaries and Wages, 2023 unaudited, $7,939,697. 2024 budgeted, $7,947,738. Page 246, 2023 unaudited total expenditures, $16,086,885. 2024 budgeted, $18,049,418. Number of employees, December 2023, 409. Budgeted 2024, 562. Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Brooke. All right, getting started in the Division of Recreation, Chief or Nicole. The output matrix on page 242. I just want an explanation on the admittance number of visitors from 2021 to 2022 to 2023. I say it's a steady increase. It's a sharp increase. Do we know what we're doing right to bring in visitors?
Through the chair, it's sometimes better to be lucky than good, and I think the pandemic ending is really what is driving the increase in numbers. In addition, not to be smart on the obvious effort being put in by the staff of REC and other organizations that help support the operations of the rec centers to bring all of our, all kinds of residents, kids, adults, into the buildings for recreational activities.
Okay. All right. Okay. Mr.
Chairman.
Councilman Valencia.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if we could receive where they do have attendance statistics and numbers, if we could receive those, the council can receive it. I know they keep numbers on the rec centers, so I know that for a fact. But I wonder if any place where there are numbers kept from a standpoint of admission if we could get those figures. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right, thank you, Councilman Blinsick. Okay, Chief, going over to page 245, under professional services, I did request that we get a breakdown of all of the professional services, everybody that's participating in that, all of the services that we use from outside vendors in the professional services, but I see a sharp increase on page 242 in professional services. Do we know why we are doubling up on that? On 245, yes.
To the chair, the professional services budgeted for 2024 is $9,000 for pool licenses, food licenses for Camp Forbes, Time Warner Cable, State of Ohio boiler fees, program manager licenses, and certifications.
Okay, and that totals the 48,000? Okay. All right,
Correct.
great. We can get a break, if this committee can get a breakdown of that at some time in the future. In other contractual services, can we also get an explanation on the sharp increase in the other contractuals?
So the sharp increase there is due to the security contract at the rec centers. We added an additional $1.5 million to have full-time security at the rec centers instead of part-time.
Okay, so now I got a question on that. When is the full-time going to start? Because to my knowledge, I know the center that I was in just recently, there was no security, and they wasn't scheduled to be there. And I guess what the explanation that I got was that they were part-time. So when is this full-time going to kick in our rec centers?
I could follow up with the division, but they did certify the contract at the end of December.
End of December 2023?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so when do we expect to see full-time security in our rec centers? Do you have that date?
I don't have the approximate date, but I can follow up with Commissioner Gisson-Tainer.
Okay, now another question, is that full-time in every single rec center that we have in the city, or is that just select centers?
It is for full-time at all rec centers.
Okay. Now, also, I did notice we had a metal detector in our center, okay? Is there going to be metal detectors in every single center?
I'm not aware. I'd have to follow up with Mr. Gisson-Tainer on that.
Okay, all right. We can get that at a later time?
Yes.
Can I do a point, Chairman? Just on the recreation, on the.
Okay, all right, Councilwoman Marr.
Thank you for allowing me a brief point on the recreation security contract. Could I request that we get a copy of that contract? My particular worry is that the prior part-time contract was not being fulfilled. So my understanding is that the contractor who we were using to provide the part-time security wasn't even filling the slots that we had paid for under that contract. And I particularly want to know if we've anticipated how this vendor we're using will staff the buildings. If they weren't even able to provide it part-time, what ensures us that they can do it full-time? And is there any recourse for the city in terms of this vendor, for instance, paying for off-duty officers if they're not able to fulfill their contract obligations with their own staff? Through the
Okay.
chair.
All right, did we get that? Okay. All right, Chief, and Jessica, on page 246, under expenditures, it caught my eye that we have a steady increase in expenditures from year over year. Do we know why our expenditures are going up so fast?
To the chair, the expenditures aren't particularly going up. It's just because in 2023, their budgeted full-time number was 130, and they ended the year at 91. So 2023 unaudited is a very low number.
Okay, and looking down at the comparison staffing levels, we go from the end of December 2023, 409, and we have a budget of 562. And I also see on the vacant seasonals, we had zero budgeted for 2023, and now we have 240 budgeted for 2024. And the same with vacant part-time, we had zeros in 2023, and we have 59 in 2024. And with the vacant full-time, we had 0 in 2023, and we have 13 vacant full-times for 2024 in the budget. Okay, what can you explain that?
To the chair, the seasonals work mostly in the summer at the pools, and the part-time is also ramped up during the summer. So that 2023 December is just what they currently had at the very end of the year.
Okay, so it didn't, so where does it show that they were actually hired on the payroll? We're not seeing that in the numbers, are we?
To the chair, no, you wouldn't see that here. You would see it on page 244 under the seasonal and part-time line. It's just that they work mostly in the summer, so they're not mostly on the payroll at the end of the year.
Okay, so could you explain the vacant full-time? So they're not seasonal, they're full-time. So we didn't have any budgeted for the 2023 year, and now we have 13.
Through the chair, we just show the actual number of bodies that were in December in 2023. The vacancies would be what we had at the end of the year and what we're budgeting for the next year. So you'll see there's 13 vacancies
Okay.
that are budgeted in 2024.
So in 2023, you didn't actually have anybody budgeted. Is that what I'm reading?
For 2023, the full-time budget was 130. Full-time. And in December, they ended at 91.
Okay, so if you had 130 budgeted for 2023, you're asking for 104 budgeted for 2024. Is that what I'm reading right here?
That is correct.
Okay, so why the decrease in staff when we are actually trying to?
So through the chair, Recreation is one of the departments where they have significant vacancies, but they do have positions in the pool.
Okay, so how many vacancies, how many positions will be in the pool?
Recreation has 13 vacancies in the pool that they can take from as when they fill their 13 vacancies that they currently have in their division.
All right, so where in this staffing level do we see lifeguards?
Lifeguards
That's
are
in the
part-time
seasonal?
positions.
Okay, all right.
The full-time are the physical directors.
Okay. All right, so basically, we're trying to say that are we conceding already before the years, as we're just into February? Are we conceding that we're not going to fill our positions in the rec centers? Is that what I'm understanding?
To the chairman, no, I would not say that we're conceding. I think we're using our history to guide how we're budgeting. So the division on the full-time level has carried a lot of vacancies. So we move some of those vacancies into the pool, and which still gives the division 13 to fill. With respect to the part-time, the lifeguards, that remains unchanged. So the goal for the year is to hire the same that we had last year, and then same for the seasonals. We have 263 budgeted, and we anticipate bringing those 263 on.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go into my to the body. Is there any questions on Division of Rec? I want to go to Councilman Charlie Slife.
Just trying to knock stuff over. So through the chair, going back to comparing the actuals and budgeted in 2022, the budget was over 90% spent, and then actually last year it was over budget. It was 100. I'm not on the right line right now. So the point I'm making is that recreation tends to be a department where the budget is spent, or in the case of last year, overspent. And I think that I speak for myself, but I think others, that we also aspire for recreation to be a exemplary city service. And I guess my question is, if I've talked at length at the table about how there are departments who are struggling to spend their budget. If there are departments that are going over, and especially ones like recreation where we assign a certain degree of value to it, this is an abstract question, but in the event that there was an additional money put on top of this division than what's currently recommended, do you know of a plan of how that money would be spent? It seems like there's so much need. I'm interested in kind of understanding the hierarchy of needs within the division, and if that's been factored into the conversations as we came to this recommendation by the Director of Finance.
Through the chair, I think a bit of context in the 2023 numbers. This is another organization that has a lot of unionized employees that received retroactive pays back to April 1 of 2022 during 2023. So that inflated the 2023 expenses a bit. The challenge here has been with our ability to recruit people and keep them in the division. There's a lot of turnover given the nature of the work. As you know, it's no secret. We, as well as every other community and organization that runs swimming pools, has had a hard time recruiting lifeguards. And so the reason that they have gone over or gotten, used a good share of their budget, at least in comparison to other organizations, is I think there's a bit more overtime worked in this organization, and a lot of their expenses in other expenses. The pool chemicals have increased, the cost has increased dramatically. So what we're trying to sort of shape the budget in a way that reflects the reality of their operations, and still giving them ability to hire a significant number of people, which would be in excess of what they've been able to hire in years past, on a net basis at least.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. So if I look at the 2023 actual over budget, it's like 101.23%. So to me, that's effectively like you spend exactly at your budget. That's when you're talking about tens of millions of dollars. That's about as close as I guess it's not close without going over, but it's pretty darn close. So to me, it's not as much to be cynical and say that we are that recreation should be blamed for going over budget. I think it's showing that there is a demand for these services and that there are real costs. So my initial inclination is to be satisfied that there's a suggested increase for 2024. I guess my question is worth discussing if we all value the idea of the Division of Recreation to the degree that many of us do. Is 18 million enough, or would you want more? And what I don't have a grasp of is, even beyond staffing, I've been unsatisfied with our investment in marketing for the Division of Recreation, of advertising programs. That's separate from like what our traditional challenges have been in workforce, because this is something we just haven't been doing, of advertising what the programs are, putting things online, digital interfaces. There's cost to those things. Like, should we be talking about those costs? The number one complaint I get about the Impet Park pool is that there's nowhere to sit. There's no shade. That's not a labor issue. That's, do we need money in the budget to buy benches? Because if you go to any pool in the suburbs, there's places to sit. But when some have suggested that there should be places to sit at a Cleveland pool, it's almost as if we're asking for a steak dinner, which I think it's a reasonable ask. So the point is, I think that if there are departments that are not spending their budget year over year, and then the Division of Recreation is actually able to spend its budget, but there are still so many more things that we want, is this a place where it makes sense to start to cobble together some pennies from other places and use it to buy benches for pools, or to invest in an interface? That's my suggestion, and I will sort of the elephant in the room with all of it, and then I'll let the chief respond if you'd like, is that there are conversations, which I think are good conversations, about spinning the division off into its own department. So sort of within the context of that conversation, is it being viewed as a one-to-one switch that it's that you obviously have to add in a director, but are we talking about fundamentally changing the services or budgetary effects, or is it just viewed as a more efficient management sequence? So less interested in that as much as I'm trying to get a grasp of what recreation would do with additional money if it had it. It doesn't matter how it got it. Is there a hierarchy of needs? Is there a series of investments that are seen as unattainable at this time that many of us would like to find a way to obtain?
Through the chair, I'd say it's probably there would be two uses of additional funds. One would be to address the concerns that the chairman has raised during this process about just sort of the day-to-day maintenance, cleanliness of our facilities. It's obviously an issue. The second, and that would be operating budget. The second would be capital. So I think a lot of the issues at our rec centers and at our pools are driven by a shortage of capital funds to actually do the work. And I think if we were to really look at enhancing the quality of our recreational facilities, it would be on the capital side.
Then my final question will be, and colleagues, I think, get your tomatoes ready. Within the Parks and Recreation study, is there analysis being done on consolidating recreation centers? And so there's about, I think, I exclude Halloran Park because it's not a traditional rec center. It's sort of its own category. There's 5 rec centers on the west side, 15 rec centers on the east side. And I think that is more of a legacy of the historic density of population. But if you look at the East Side rec centers, many of them, they're not as large as Estabrook and Gunning. They're small old bathhouses. They're clustered very close together. And, I'll pick on Kevin because he's closest to hitting me. Is Corey Rec Center really what we are aspiring to give? Or is there an opportunity to have a really amazing Glenville Rec Center, and we are now currently struggling to have 2 where there could be 1? I think it's worth discussing. I don't know who would want to go to Hamilton Rec when there's a brand new Frederick Douglass. That's just me personally. So I think it's a conversation that is uncomfortable, but we should have. Admittedly, would it probably affect the East Side more, although Clark and Zone are very close together. Is that part of the analysis? Because that's what our capital challenge is. We are overly burdened in capital.
Yes, through the chair, yes, that is in scope of the engagement that is underway, and it is, to the conversation earlier before lunch, it is a fundamental question that we as a city have to wrestle with: is what are the assets that we believe we should be maintaining, and then based on that policy choice, how are we going to do it?
And remind us through the chair when that analysis is expected to be completed, able to be presented.
Through the chair, I'm not sure. I know it's sometime the first half of the year.
Okay. Nothing's been thrown at me yet, but we'll see what happens on the other side of the door. I aspire to see people proud of coming to Cleveland recreational facilities, and I just think the obvious reality is that we struggle to compete with what's provided in other communities, and I think it's worth discussing if we can do more with more services with less infrastructure. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Put me down, Chair. All right. Thank you, Councilman Slay. I'm going to go to my Vice Chair of Municipal Services, and I'm going to come back to you, Councilman Conwell. Councilman Starr?
Yes, thank you so much. This is always an important topic when we talk about the department, and I noticed that based on the budget, we have put $18 million to this budget this year, and I've been able to adapt to what Chief has been explaining through certain increases, and so I take it that this is an increase to pay for that extra pay period for different staffing. That's just my guess to make sure I ask. So I definitely want to make sure I'm not just guessing. So I would ask Chief that increase for the Recreation Division to that $18 million is based on the extra 27th pay period.
Through the chair, that is correct, and also the 1.5 million for the security at the rec centers.
So now, therefore, that security means all of our rec centers now have a security personnel at the desk once upon entry for all of them, correct? That's 23, I believe.
That is correct.
All right. Also through this budget, I wanted to look at, I seen that there was other training staff and professional dues. Last year, it was budgeted unaudited is $128,171. So that is what we spent on training, I believe, or travel. No, that says travel. Is that so? Do that travel through the chair equates to like the vans transportation, gas and stuff?
Through the chair, that travel is for the AAU basketball and the flag football teams.
Okay. For the point for our staff, through the chair, can we get a update on how many teams do we have that does AAU, that does basketball, football AAU teams, just so we can see what sites they are at or location they are at, so we can understand. And then I see from the previous years that number was low, obviously 2021, 2022. I just put my own guess on it. It may be due to the fact that we probably was coming out of that COVID pandemic, so I think that's why I wasn't there. But then I see in 2024 we only have 100,000, so we're not budgeted for 128,000. Through the chair, can we figure out why that's not the case?
Through the chair, that is what the division requested.
Okay. And also through the chair, for us to have 23 recreation centers, and through us having seen the survey that was conducted by 528 residents and stakeholders, their primary reason for lack of frequent visits to Parks and Recreation Center is because of poor maintenance, as stated as 50% of those respondents. When I look here through this budget, it shows that we're budgeted for $73,000 for maintenance, but last year we were budgeted for $52,000. So my question through the chair to the table is, what is $73,000 for maintenance? Like, what actually is that? What gets done with that $73,000 through the chair?
Through the chair, the bulk of that is about $50,000 that is for any repairs to fitness equipment at the rec centers.
Okay, so okay, like just basic day-to-day fixes, nothing that needs actual construction, upgrades, or anything like that, just day-to-day maintenance items that you may have.
That's correct.
All right, so my question is, out of all these departments, out of all the different things, when are we going to put a budget together that reflect the actual needs of the recreation center? And what I mean by that is, I know we switched up how we have the budget, but I'm almost certain is rec staff one, rec instructor one, instructor two, they pay range, I think, either $15 or $13 through the chair. Is that correct or something like that? Can I get those, make sure I say the numbers right?
Through the chair, the lowest hourly rate of pay for a city employee, and that's for student aides, is $15.33. So I don't know the hourly rate for those employees, but it would be in the
15.
In the labor contract is where that would be sorted out.
So therefore, one of the biggest issues that we have, and how we were speaking about frequent turnover and different things like that, what is odd to me for us to have this huge number of employees in this division, when I look at training, I don't see nothing in the budget to help with training. If you have like employees, high turnover, new employees, how are they being trained to be able to do the work, which is one question. But then also $15.33 for part-time work on second shift. I mean, you get what you pay for. So as I've been open about, and what I mean my statements earlier with the mayor on Tuesday, I believe, I told him recreation, it sucks. And this is just an eye for an eye. It ain't about anybody personal feelings, it's facts. We have a survey that showed that people, 50% that did the survey, that they don't go to our recreation centers due to poor maintenance. Then also additional, it says 40% of the individuals do not visit the recreation centers due to the absence of information on programs and activities offered, while 38% describe the centers as poor and uncomfortable atmosphere. That right there says that we do have a problem. And whatever elected official that's looking and tuning in, we got to understand, what we did in the past is the past. We need to get upgraded and be more modern. So just to take a page from my colleague, Councilwoman House Jones, the question is, do we have too many recreation centers opened? And through this budget, if we were able to make a tough decision and say something needs to be closed, and then we need to reallocate those resources to other facilities and be more strategic in our outreach and updating our programming, updating our job description, increasing the pay salary for those part-time, full-time staff who's working second shift, that probably would be a reason to be able to improve people's thoughts. Even though there's only 528 Clevelanders, those 528 Clevelanders are not the ones speaking for everyone, but it gives you a sense of what people are thinking of. And when I go to a rec center, no matter whether it's on the east side, west side, it's not a packed house. I grew up in an era when everybody did something at the rec center. The rec center is a resource. We just change it to neighborhood recreational resources, and this budget does not reflect the need that these recreation centers department actually need. So I'm going to look in to figure out what we can do from our budgetary standpoint. And to the chair, we can't keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. That's insanity, and that's what we're doing. We're not like my council colleague Chris Hart told me, they're not utilized the right way. They're underutilized. And why is that? Why don't people use our recreation center that we pay bills on every day? Why are residents not doing it? Why do I go work out at a gym in Parma Heights and not at a rec center? Why? I'm standing on it telling myself. And it ain't just me just mad about anything. I'm just saying that we putting $18 million here, and we're not even going to look at, do we need more? So through my question to the chair, to the chief, since CMSD had a $16 million deficit in which the CEO reports to the mayor, who also is in charge of that budget, and they have a deficit, and now they're screaming they're going to take out of school time away. How do we find $16 million so we can be able to provide after school programming that fits the description of there? How do we find $16 million through this budget to help our kids if they're going to take the deficit? Through the chair.
Through the chair, to find $16 million, we would have to take it from somewhere else.
So is that something we can definitely look into it? Because if we have the mayor who has oversight of CMSD and they're losing $16 million, which is after school programming that's going to affect our kids. Now when you talk about our recreational division, it's only $18 million. That means we're going to need for our recreation division to step it up so that our kids can have something to do since they can't be in their school no more because the after school program is being cut. How do we figure out a way to find $16 million? And that's where I would yield that chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilman Starr. I just want to get a heads up to my colleagues that some information was sent over just a few moments ago, and it has, I requested information on all our contractual services for departments that we have in Public Works, or the majority of departments that we have in Public Works. So we're going to get a hard copy of that in just a few moments, but if you need to see it right now, it's on your email and was sent over at 1:36. Okay, thank you, Councilman Starr. Thank you for those questions. Next, I'm going to go to Councilman Kevin Conwell.
Okay, thank you very much. To the chair, what we should do is visit. I'm just giving you some advice from what I would do is visit these recreation centers. I would go on tour, look at the physical plant of the recreation centers, study the survey analysis that they did first. The whole group study it. Then go to the recreation centers so that you can get an up-close view. Star, Slife, a lot of the other council members I mentioned. Matter of fact, I visit the recreation centers and there's no one there. Sometimes it's more employees than you have people there. And so that's not efficient. You're blowing dollars, you're wasting money, you're wasting my money, you're wasting my residents' money. They're our bosses. We owe that to them to visit the recreation centers. Now, if the mayor took a survey analysis and the survey is saying that, like Richard Starr just pointed to, and is pointing to that, then we need to move in that direction to take a look at it. Now, Councilmember Slife mentioned that maybe we need to downsize. I agree with him. You changed the whole culture. And let me ask you this, before I move forward, Mr. Chairman, have you ever received a strategic plan before you did this budget on Parks and Recreation?
No, we have not.
You should get that from them. You, the chair, you should require them to give you a strategic plan, what they're doing, how many people are there, because they need to answer the survey analysis. You got to answer it. You can't just say that you got a survey analysis and it's saying something else and you never answer. You got to answer that stuff, and then we need to take visits to see what's going on. If we're spending $18 million and it's not efficient, then you downsize that rascal. I agree with you, Slife. You downsize it. Now, with me, I'll be conservative with it. I'll downsize it to 3 recreation centers. And I'll tell you something else. We're looking at the size of almost 1 million people when you had 23 recreation centers. Now you don't have that. You're getting ready to downsize council members. You're ready to downsize council members. Everything is getting downsized. Why spend money on $1 million or $18 million on something that was designed? It was designed for almost 1 million people. Almost 1 million people. So you take it and you decrease it. Now me, I'm more conservative. I look at downsizing to put 3 recreation centers so that we can have more programming and resources. Now, I'm not for laying off any employees. The mayor just started a pool. You put some of them, these are good workers. I don't want people to lose their jobs, but you put them in other areas and you downsize it and you restructure that recreation center. It's not about friendship. I don't need friends, you need employees. That's what you really need. Employees who's going to execute and do the job well. And if we have to put in so much money, Mr. Chairman, into this, into the recreation centers, it might not be worth it. Because when you do an appraisal, you look at the highest and best use. That's what you look at. You look at the highest and best use. And right now, we're taking $18 million. We're not being efficient. We're not looking at the highest and best use. That's what I'm saying. And when we tour the recreation centers, you tour it with an expert who would give us expert opinions. That's all I'm saying right there. Okay. And I'm not talking about laying workers off. I didn't say that. But you got a pool there, through the chair, to the director. You could put people in pools also and have them in other jobs and pay them more money. People need more money. That $15 an hour, whatever they get, it's not money. It's an insult to them. How are you going to build up people morale at the recreation center when you're not paying them? When you're not paying them, put them elsewhere and pay them money, meaningful jobs with meaningful benefits. We could take that money and just redirect it to help people out, and then you'll get better and happier workers. I'm for taking it down to 3. And let me say this in my closure. Here's something that I don't understand with the city. It happened before I got here. I would have never built recreation centers. You know what I would have put the recreation centers inside of? The school system. Right, the schools, because the schools are underutilized and the schools close too early. The schools used to have PTAs, block clubs, rec centers, and all kind of programs for families and friends in those schools. And some places even have libraries in there. The schools need to be a gathering place for us. But you're wasting dollars. That $18 million could be used towards something else. That's what I would have done. I'm just saying. So that's why we need a strategic plan from them moving forward. Everything changed, Mr. Chairman. That's my conclusion. Thank you very much.
Councilman Conwell, Councilwoman House has a point. Would you allow her to have a point?
Point. Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you. Through the chair to the Councilman Conwell. Thank you for bringing that up. And that was one of the things. And I do not know what happened. This was something that I remember, which was proposed for Kavasik Recreation Center. Kavasik Recreation Center and its redevelopment was supposed to be integrated with St. Martin de Porres High School.
You heard that.
It did not turn out this way. I was not here. I don't know what happened. And we invested over $6 million into Kavasik Recreation Center, where you still don't have updated bathrooms. And again, the city wanted to continue on Sterling Recreation Center. It's going through a thing. Something has to give with the pressing issues that are going on. So through the chair to the team here, is it the thought right now, like what is the co-planning with our schools and our libraries looking at our assets to begin to do a integrated approach, because none of us can maintain our buildings. None of us.
None of us.
And what does that look like with all these things that we're planning to do? Like, Sterling Recreation Center, we shouldn't have even done it. Like, I appreciate, it's cool, but again, we're about to put $3 million in an isolated building, okay, but y'all get my point.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman House. Councilman Conwell?
Mr. Chairman, this is what people get caught up in. If we put it in the schools, it's really not the building, it's the programming that people want. When you look at Boys and Girls Club and places like that, you notice they went into schools. It's the programming, and when you're in there, in the schools, then we can have swimming pools and all those kind of things. When you look at Euclid, they just built a nice building. They have the library as well as the recreation center in that one school. That's what makes people want to visit and go to it. Then we can give our people, something better. But you keep putting a Band-Aid on it, and we keep doing the same thing over and over again. I didn't say to terminate anyone. I'm talking about being more efficient. Right now, it's not working. It's horrible. And that's where I'm at, and I close.
Okay. Councilman Palincic, you have a point, or you want to be put on?
You can point or be on, it doesn't matter. I just want to give somebody the historical perspective.
Yeah, listen to Mike.
All right.
50 years.
Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, I think we do have to be fair and open and honest. Years and years ago, I was chairman of then Public Properties, and we did what we called was the Urban Parks and Recreation Program, where we were supposed to analyze all the parks and playgrounds and where, as you're hearing, where we were supposed to build parks and playgrounds, et cetera. The last 3 rec centers that were to be built in the city were Gunning, Zelma George, and Collinwood. Collinwood was to be the last. There was not to be any more rec centers built after that.
No.
We were supposed to go back and refocus and rebuild all the existing facilities, or to rethink, should they be rebuilt, going to Councilwoman House Jones's comments. But let's be honest, it just wasn't the administration, it was council members who wanted pocket parks built, wanted all this other ancillary stuff built. So it wasn't just an administration that made serious mistakes. It was members of city council for their political reasons, or they were having a problem in a neighborhood, they needed a park built, and I saw it. And so I know Joe's not here, but there was nothing to show that there was going to be a rec center built in Ward 1. It was Zelma George was going to be the regional facility for that whole east side. Collinwood was to be the regional facility. Glenville was to be the regional facility, built adjacent to Glenville High School. So if you go back historically, it was bad cues and mistakes by administrations, but then also the internal politics of the council and council members who are no longer with us. And that's why we've paid a severe price for this today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Dean.
All right, thank you, Councilman Palincic. Councilman Palincic, do you recall what year that was approximately?
That was when George Voinovich was the mayor, and that was then there were the three last rec centers were Gunning, Zelma George, and Collinwood. There were to be no new centers after that. They were supposed to go back and then rebuild the existing centers or determine what centers were no longer to be utilized, because centers were built on population. And then the population had shifted, and if you look at a map, you'll see some centers very close to one another, and then other sections of the city where there isn't.
Like Glenville and Corey.
Right. Right.
And, let me remind everybody, everything goes to the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I chaired the committee, and when we came up with this, and it was called UPAR program, Urban Parks and Recreation, because we all came to realization we didn't have quantity, and we had quantity, not quality. That was the problem in the city, and it continues to be the problem to this day. We have quantity, but we don't have quality, and then like Collinwood Center, which is just 10 years old, look at what already needs to be repaired on it and is not being repaired. And so, we can point you can only wait in another year or two, you'll have Councilman Jones complaining about what isn't being done at his center. Right. So that's why we're in this jackpot today. It's not this council president, it's not the members of this body, but we're all paying a price for it, for these bad decisions that were made by, again, previous administrations and then by council members who insisted on these little pocket parks being built, which nobody could figure out. And then how do we maintain all this stuff? We can't do it. That's the reality.
All right, thank you, Councilman Palincic. Thank you for that historical perspective. Chief, you want to make a comment on that? Director, I'm sorry.
Through the chair, I would just offer that we acknowledge this issue, and that's why we have the Parks and Rec Master Plan underway. We know that we have too many recreation facilities given our resources, and we know we cannot maintain them. And we have to be more strategic and more targeted in how we run our recreational programming, maintain our recreational facilities, given our existing resources, and where people live. The population shifted from whenever centers were built until the 80s when that last study was done, and population has shifted since then until now. And we need an approach that can live beyond the next several years as population will continue to shift. That is one truth that we will always live with.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chief. Next, I'm going to go to Councilman Danny Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, to the Director and Madam Gallagher. My question is specific. It could be broader. It's just about lifeguards, because I have Cadell and Halloran. It was, sorely understaffed last year due to the fact we couldn't find lifeguards. I know Commissioner Gissender is have an aggressive approach now to pay people to get them trained and then to get them on. I'm wondering, is it uniform in all the pools as to how many lifeguards you need to have in a pool? Does it just go to the pool that goes amount of people in? I'd like to see if you could supply me with that information so I have an idea. You may not have it now, but just...
Through the chair, I don't want to guess, so I think I have an idea, but I want to confirm before giving an answer.
And then I'd like to know, maybe there's a difference between inside and out as well. I don't know. When I'm looking on your chart on page 243 here, it says you have 11 lifeguards, and then it says 12 vacant. But I mean, what is that number? That can't be the number of all the pools we have.
Through the chair, I believe that is for the full-time lifeguards.
Okay.
And then for the outdoor pools, we hire part-time lifeguards to work over the summer.
All right. I thank you both. I look forward to getting that information. The only other thing I might suggest is I know we're paying our lifeguards $15 an hour. I don't think it's enough. I think, if we get some young people trained, even after they're trained at $13.50 an hour, it might lose them the target for $18 an hour. When I was a kid, lifeguard was the best paying job for a kid in the city. I think Metro Parks is paying 20, so I maybe bring that up to look at that. It was a big problem on my pools at Halloran. Just people are waiting for an hour to get in. They'd let 40 in at a time, and I had a lot of parents with children that couldn't even go in the children's pool. So I appreciate what you're doing, but we have enough time now. Maybe we can get a jump on it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Kelly. Councilman Kelly, back then, that was the job, nice job was a lifeguard. Now these kids want to be influencers. So just so you know. I'm going to go next. I'm going to go to the Council President, and I'm going to come back to Anthony Hairston. Councilman Hairston.
Thank you. Just very brief, and I want to make sure that I clarify because I'm really trying to keep track of what's in the pool. Kevin, what's in the pool and what's I'll be very quick just because I got to run out and take a call with somebody. The pool, I'm trying to make sure that I keep track of what's in the pool. So the budget was 130, then it was actual 91 in 2023, and now we're budgeted at 104. But in the sheet you gave us, and I don't have it around me, it looks like you had about 13 that you put into the pool, and then it looks like you have 13 that you put back into this budget, but that would still look like we're cutting 13 from recreation and putting it into the pool. Is that the case?
Through the chair, yes.
So in essence, those are the kind of things that why everybody talks about that staffing budget, because in essence, there is a significant cut of positions in that department, and just want to make sure we verify that. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council President. All right, next up, I'm going to go to Councilman Harrison, then Spencer, and then Mara. Okay, Councilman Harrison.
Thank you. So what's the answer? We cut positions from recreation?
Yeah, through the chair, I think just to clarify, if you look at the total number of positions that were budgeted in 2023 versus 2024, there is a reduction in the aggregate. And those positions were taken from a variety of divisions, with rec being one, but rec is not the only one.
But we have through the chair, we have the total for the rec division only. And it's 588, and now it's 562. You said a number of positions from a number of different divisions within the division, right? Or the actual department.
So
It's page 248.
yeah, I'm looking for it.
No, 246.
Where's
Yeah,
this?
246.
Yeah, so there were 13, through the chair, there were 13 full-time positions removed from rec that don't exist any longer. There are 13 vacancies in rec, and there are 13 that went to the vacancy pool.
Where did they go? To the pool? Through the
There were
chair?
13 that went to the pool.
13 why did we take away those positions instead of try to really focus on filling those positions in a very critical space in our city? Through the chair.
For the reasons, through the chair, that we established the vacancy pool so that the division has 13 vacancies to fill. If it does fill those vacancies, then the positions that are in the pool will be available to it. But we wanted to provide some flexibility in the budget in the event that rec is not able to fill those vacancies, the ones that are provided in the division's budget, and perhaps another division needs positions because it is at full budget. So this is an effort to provide resources needed up front and provide some flexibility for the organization to be able to have more if they're able to fill the positions that they have.
So through the chair, so what if rec can't fill them in August, but somehow another department comes in, they can't fill those 13, but rec comes in October, and they do have people lined up and accepting the positions no longer exist then, right? So rec really could ultimately be SOL, right?
Through the chair, I think theoretically that is possible, but we expect to manage the positions in the pool strategically so we don't use them all by September, October. We want to make sure that there's flexibility throughout the year. And even with the move of the 20 positions to code enforcement and building housing, there remains 105 positions in the pool. And just to remind everyone, last year, general fund hiring, excluding public safety, was a net negative of 5. So, I think given the attrition that we know we're going to have with retirements, et cetera, to hit this 4,600 staffing number across the organization is going to require a Herculean effort in terms of hiring. So I think, we ended last year with fewer employees than we started. Our hope is that we don't do that this year. But I think regardless, there's going to be flexibility, particularly given that we have the pool to provide resources where they're needed. Because things come up throughout the year, and it's important that we're able to respond to them.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you, man, we're taking a lot of gambles here. We're doing a lot of gambling here. What ifs, should ifs, could ifs, maybe, maybe nots. This may happen, this may not happen. Rec is one of those very, very, very important departments. As we see a lot of the violence rise in our streets, a lot of the issues that exist with our young people on our streets and our young adults as well. I would think that this would not be a department that we would take and add to a pool and with the hopes that we'll just monitor the other urgencies or other priorities that other departments have to try to maintain and set aside some positions for recreation. I mean, this is a place where we should be throwing the book, at as relates to trying to get people in the door to fill those positions, right? We need to get these people help with those idle hands, right? These people help with those young folks, those middle-aged folks, and some adults, really, because you get a lot of adults that go to the rec center as well. It's not just for youth who can help with the individuals who walk through the door, or they may have individuals in the building that they connect with, who then can connect with the people out on the streets, right? So there's real value in having these 13 people here. So, I don't know what the division is doing or what the HR is doing to really, get people in the door for those 13 positions, but those are critical, right? Those aren't positions that you kind of just let the department just, they fill them, they put out a job ad, right? But no, like really, you're out. I know what's the gentleman named Derek, who does a lot of the outreach work, who's working his butt off, right? The emails and just the events that I see him out at, and the communications that we get. I know he's working hard, but he's only one person, right? But I would expect, the same sense of urgency from the leadership of this division, right? Where's the leadership of this division putting in the work to hire these individuals like Derek is or other people are across the city? I mean, that's important, right? People need to see the top down, right? They need to see the folks at the top doing the work. And so the commissioner who's over this division of recreation, I'm interested to know what he's doing and his staff is doing to help fill these 13 vacancies, right? I mean, because those are critical to the success not only of the rec center itself, but just to the young people and the community. Those are very, very, very important positions, right? Just like building a housing, just like public safety, right? So folks say, well, all positions are critical. Yeah, but no, right? These are, though. These help. So, I'm concerned, Mr. Chair, that we are adding those to a pool that could be used, at some point, once another shiny new thing comes along, we need to staff up and put people there and support those efforts, but this piece that may not be the shiniest all the time is something that we need to, hone in on and be laser focused on trying to feel. This really bothers me, right? Because, like on Monday, schools were closed, rec centers were closed. Why? That doesn't make sense to me, right? Why are the rec centers closed when schools are out? Especially now that we know with the issue of out-of-school time, the cuts that are coming from the school district, this is a time where we can make up the difference, right? We can pick up the slack and open up our rec centers, open up our facilities to support these young people and their families and young adults and our adults when other facilities are closing or programs are ending elsewhere. To the chair, question to the director and Mrs. Gallagher, what is the cost to operate a rec center a daily cost to operate a rec center? What does it cost us to run a rec center for a day?
That's a good question.
Through the chair, we'd have to follow up on that.
Excuse me?
We'd have to follow up on that. We don't know.
Okay, thank you. Well, and I'll end there. I'm just curious about what that cost is. We really need to look at what it would cost us to open our rec centers on those days when schools are out, like they were on Monday for the holiday. When other, like trash days, certain days we pick up trash on certain holidays. Some days we don't pick up trash on holidays, so that means some employees working, some employees are not. And so maybe looking at the holidays where city workers are still working, those are the days that they still come in, they provide services like we do with other divisions across the city of Cleveland. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Harrison. You had a quick point, Councilman Starr?
Quick point.
Just a quick point. We got Councilwoman Spencer coming up.
No, just a quick point that I said. As we continue to go through this budget, if we were looking to reconciliate the budget, I would definitely vote no against this pool of employee stuff. I do not support it. I just want that to be on record.
All right, thank you, Councilman Starr. Councilwoman Spencer.
You had a point, but I'm not on the yard committee, so
Councilman Conwell, we've heard from you guys. You want to make a quick point?
I do. Councilman, you walk the neighborhood in your community, and you see the children, how they're living. A lot of our homes, some of our homes too hot in the summertime, too cold in the winter. You see that some of the children, how they live, and then think in your mind when they visit the recreation centers. They don't need to see that. Children, I always say children need to see success every single day. But when they leave their houses and go to the recreation centers, what do they see? Because we're not able to maintain it, and that's not fair to them, so they don't. You didn't even need a survey for that. Think about it. You see mold and mildew in some homes, vermins, all the whole 9 yards in some houses. You go to the recreation centers, they don't want to see that. They want to see hope, and they need to be able to see hope. And our recreation centers are not doing that for them.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
I agree. Thank you, Councilman Conwell. Councilwoman Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been some important discussion this afternoon. I'm going to start with, I'm going to try to focus on the budget, and I'm going to start with the other contractual on page 245, and we did receive the breakout, which I think helps answer my question. This was also referenced during the director's presentation to us on Tuesday, I believe. But just through the chair, wondering about that other contractual, the increase to almost $7 million, and it appears that a lot of that is due to doubling security at rec centers. I'm hoping to have an understanding of what that cost is, and then what are the anticipated hours of security if we are doubling that investment? Through the chair.
Through the chair, it is with this doubling of the contract, the plan is for there to be armed security at each rec center during its hours of operation. So not all the rec centers have the same hours of operation, but whatever those hours are, the expectation is that we will have security there for the duration.
Thank you, and not to veer too far off into operations, I will just say that in my own experience as a rec center user, as a recreation and resource center user, at times I have gone inside the facility, and the very, very visible security presence was actually intimidating. The security officer was wearing a full black face mask. It was really a strange experience. So I just, I know that much feedback led to this decision to invest in armed security at all of our recreation and resource centers during their hours of operation. I'm encouraging myself out loud here, and then all of us to observe that dynamic, continuing to make them welcoming places for all users while recognizing the need for security. Through the chair, is there a dollar amount for the armed security line item?
Through the chair, it's 2.4 million.
So through the chair, 2.4 million out of 3.6. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. It was there. And then through the chair to the director, who is the vendor or the contractor for the security services?
No. It's like on the tip of my tongue. It is, I know what it is. They changed their name.
Yeah.
I think we can revisit that.
You want to come back to that question?
Yeah, I
you
think
got another question.
that we can have a
Councilman Spencer?
follow-up on that,
Yeah,
Chair.
yeah.
I think it's more
Safe choice.
I knew I would think of it. Safe
choice.
Safe choice. Okay. If Safe Choice is listening, yeah, I'll follow up as needed about that presence in the rec center. All right. So I also, though, I'd initially wanted to frame my other question really around the whole question of modernizing City Hall and the IT budget, if you will, for the Division of Recreation. Although while I was sitting here listening to all the feedback from my colleagues, I think I kind of had an aha moment. A lot of my residents have stated that they could not find where to sign up online for programs. And when you go onto the new website and you're there and you go to under recreation, you can't find it. And then I realized that it's under PIOYYA. And so it'll either need to be in both places or, because residents are not finding it. So my initial question truly was a budgetary question, which is, we want to modernize City Hall, and I think Councilman Starr referenced this in his comments that a big part of the survey was that the second highest number of respondents said that they didn't know how to access the program, something like that.
It was 40%.
40% couldn't access or didn't know how to access.
40% of individuals do not visit the recreation centers due to the absence of information on programs and activities offered.
Right, so due to the absence of information. So hopefully this is an easy enough fix. I literally just had this aha moment at the table today. There are these guides, I'm holding this up for TV 20. These guides that are lovingly, a lot of thought and work are put into these guides, these printed guides. I could not find this guide on our city's webpage. It is not under recreation, it is under PIOYYA. So it does need to be in both places, and I think we need to do a better job of making sure. I mean, that's a pretty resounding indication that it is not intuitive for residents to find. We're trying to invest in these programs, but it is not intuitive for residents to find them. So what I thought was a budgetary question about IT and about use of technology to better give residents access, I think it's simply that needs to be passed along for that to be corrected on the new website.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, the Department of Public Works is working to consolidate all of this information on the website at the moment. So it's a known issue that is getting worked on.
Okay, great. I think that concludes my question there. And just, as of an hour ago, I thought there was nowhere to sign up online for programs, and it turns out there is. It just wasn't where I expected it to be on the website. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Spencer. That was a great point that you made. It gives us clarity, and it gives us a direction that we can go, so we can get some little bit more insight and how to use and how to access our programs and our rec centers. Next, I'm going to go to Councilwoman Marr.
Scooching over here. I just want to confirm through the chair that this is the section of the budget book which has the line item for Muni League.
Through the
Yes.
chair, that is correct.
Okay, great. And that's under contractual services, or where is that?
Yes, it's under contractual service, and I believe the amount is $160,000.
Okay.
Yes, Councilwoman, we passed out a sheet right here. It's right on this sheet.
Oh, perfect. I apologize for missing that. I wanted to ask, this is one of those things where it sort of broaches into operations, but I think it's worth naming at the table. Has Muni League adopted a concussion policy to the knowledge of anybody at the table today? Through the chair, Councilman Starr.
Yes, they do. And also the coaches are certified for CPR AED. And an extension that is definitely needed is to have training and trainers on the sidelines for those games. And that's why they want to add an additional increase to the budget via email that I sent out to them.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I will review that email, Councilman, and I look forward to reviewing the concussion policy. But just to confirm, does this money go to any of the individual teams, or does it go to the operation of Muni League through the chair to the finance director?
Through the chair, our contract is with the league.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'll follow up because I think we know that money's not trickling down to our teams. Our teams are still fundraising for their helmets and their shoulder pads and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Palencia? Okay. Next, I'm going to go to Councilman Chris Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question through the chair to the chief. When we break down the other contracts, Snyder Blake is at least $3.6 million on the contracts listed here, and I'm sure there are probably more throughout the budget. They are a temporary agency, and clearly we have a lot of needs for temporary workers, so having a temp agency fill those positions makes sense. My question through the chair to the chief is, does Snyder Blake charge one fee for service or one percentage for work to the city for all contracts, or is each contract cobbled together by separate departments and handled individually? Or do we have like one massive contract with Snyder Blake?
Through the chair, we have one contract. There are different rates for the various types of work the temporary employee is providing. And then Snyder Blake charges, they take a % of that negotiated rate to cover their costs.
Okay, and through the chair to the chief, is Snyder Blake the, I guess, contractor because they competitively won an RFP for temp services? Because I know there are other temp agencies actually in Cleveland. I know Snyder Blake's down in Independence. I've sent people to Rockside Road to become lifeguards. Did they win a competitive bidding process to provide that service to the city?
Through the chair, yes, it's my understanding they did.
Okay.
I don't know when that RFP process happened, but anytime, unless there's a legitimate reason to directly award, anytime we're procuring services, we have to do it competitively.
Yeah, and then the reason I'm asking through the chair is that if they cover staffing for multiple departments, I'm wondering what committee, what branch of government what side of the administration negotiates that contract, sends that out for bids, and where does that happen directly in Finance Committee? Obviously, it's more than just Public Works or more than just DPS. It's a whole bunch of, like, who handles that contract?
Through the chair, the ordinance that authorizes the arrangement authorizes both the finance director and the director of public works to enter into the contract. We finance with public works administers the contract, and it's split with public works handling the more blue collar labor, and finance handling the administrative support that is provided.
Okay. So that would just go straight to the Finance Committee when it comes up for review. Got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Harsh. Last, we're going to go to Councilwoman Stephanie House Jones.
So this is the one, thank you, through the chair to the team here. Okay. Now, this is one of the fundamental things. All right. So we got $2.4 million for ARM, security services for the recreation department? Okay. So tell me, y'all, I want y'all, how do we spend more, and this is the thing where I'm just having an issue just with the city of Cleveland in general. We already are spending over half of our budget on public safety. Now we look into the recreation department contracts. You have more invested in security than actual programming. How again, because you have the 1.4 million, which is in prevention, intervention, opportunity, which are all the programs, as Councilwoman Spencer had brought up. No one knew that it's the integration of recreation because all of it is outlined in the PIO budget. It's $1.4 million in the contracts that go to the services that are in recreation, coupled with a couple other ones, but it still does not equate to $2.4 million. And then we're spending $2.4 million for the security. And we do not have robust programming that's effectively communicated. And so for me, I do not support this $2.4 million for security for the rec centers. How did that goes in the face of the actual programming? We can't even communicate effectively. Through the chair to the finance director, what is the communications budget to actually communicate the programs that we have? What's the communication budget for recreation?
Yeah, they have.
Through the chair, I don't know that there wouldn't be there's not a specific line item for communications.
I know. That's the problem. And you know how communication happens? It's a random person that somebody says, and then it's like, oh, did something get sent to Clerk Britt? And Clerk Britt was like, hey, can you all, send this out within your network to get this out to people? That is not effective. And again, we are now having the data to tell us it is not effective. It's not even getting communicated to our people. And we wonder why people don't know information because we're not making the more investment. And I understand this whole over-reliance on safety forces we are being neglectful to the actual engagement of our people. We are doubling down, tripling down on things that are reactionary versus being truly invested in things that are preventative. We got all this research that say police, security forces, those things are after the fact. If we actually create restorative environments, healing spaces, that could really help. But having, even in the contracting, $2.4 million to go to security, which is way more than the actual contracts to supplement the recreation staff, is illogical to me. And I know there's a lot of emphasis on we're going to get rid of PIO, but all the contracted services are for the department. Like, where are we going? Like, what's the impact of this? Like, do we have even a litmus? I know that's in operations, but this right here, this is problematic. And we are not investing in the things to communicate this information of the quality program that is being offered through our partnerships. But we're going to have a $2.4 million contract for security on top of all the other money that we are investing in law enforcement. That is not right. It's not right. And we need to stop it. It is not right. And I'm saying this, I'm going to continue. We have to stop this. And I know when people want to say people are scared, people don't feel safe. I would much rather invest in healing spaces where people can know they can go into an environment to be, safe, to be taken care of because people are stressed out. Having some more money, I just don't know. But I don't agree with that. I just want to let that be on the record. We got $2.4 million in security, and I'm glad that somebody actually brought it because we would have known. But now that I see it, I'm going to say something about it. It is illogical to have more money in security for recreation than the actual contracted services that are supposed to be preventative. And these services go to everybody, not just kids It goes to young adults and all the multitude of things, and things that are beyond just the traditional sports, because we have more people participating in things beyond sports. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman House. Chief, you want to respond to that? Councilwoman House Jones, I do really feel your passion about that, and I really do agree with you in a lot of different areas. But I can tell you from experience, in the last year or so, when I had a murder at my high school, and in a couple of weeks, within 2 weeks, it was a murder at the recreation center, the devastation, and people's minds and people's the psychic part of it. And sometimes healing spaces is outside of the city. People run outside of the city. So it's an issue that we all got to grapple with, and we really got to weigh, what's important. Is it so I just want to put that out there, that sometimes our healing spaces, when we have a tragic event like that in a certain section of the city, healing spaces is far, far away from our recreation centers and far, far away from our cities. So it's devastating. So I can just tell you that from experience. Sometimes you don't even want to drive down that street, and you want to forget all about it, but it cannot be erased from your memory. But is there any other questions on the Recreation Division budget? Councilwoman,
Yeah,
would you like to comment on that?
I do want to make a comment on it. And this is the thing where when you bring up about the shooting incident, and I'm going to put that one to a side, right?
Okay.
This is one of the things where I feel like we are not communicating what actually is happening, right? In the first 3 months that I was here, when I had a meeting with the then commanders and the team, and they talked about how the overwhelming majority of shooting incidents that happen in the city of Cleveland are retaliatory in nature. Okay? These are not random incidents. They are targeted, and since that time till now, the shooting incidents that are happening in Cleveland, even when it comes to our young people, they are involved in some things. And we are not communicating that story of what actually people have been involved in. All people usually hear is, this person got shot. This person got shot. We never get the complete story of what actually happened. Young people got bodies on them, and somebody coming to retaliate. Right? Like, that's the story we also need to tell, so that we as community members need to be very informed as to what is happening around us. And I just, like I said, I hear what people are saying, but the majority of the people and the shootings that go on in this city are because of retaliatory behavior and the involvement of people that are a part of that. And that is a fact. And we need to share those stories. And again, if we had communications, we could probably share that with community members about what actually is going on, so people are not left in the dark when you understand, in my case, it was a buried body. What happened to it? Now, I know some stories, but we ain't effectively communicated with people what happened, or what was allegedly to happen, and what was the end result of it. All people know is, somebody got a buried body. All we know is, this person got shot. We never understand what's the closure to it. So I'll just add that.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman House Jones. Councilman Starr?
I'll be real quick, Chair.
And we don't mean to venture off the budget this far, but Councilman Starr.
I'll be real quick. Through the chair to our staff, or possibly to the table, can we get some type of analysis done regarding different cities that got the same size as Cleveland, and get an understanding of how many recreation centers they have? I think that is something that we need to look into, because if certain cities at the same size as us, if they're only having 10 recreation centers and we got 23, that might be something we may need to explore. And then also from the point of the $2.4 million into security, which is alarming price, my thoughts is, why don't we have Cleveland Police Department in these rec centers? Why don't we just have our police officers who get a $230 million budget for officers? Why don't we place them into our rec centers? I mean, our rec centers is open for second shift, 23 officers. I mean, why don't we do that? Why is that not the case, through the chair?
Okay, Councilman Starr, could you answer that question again?
The question I would say is, we have 23 rec centers.
Yes.
We have a third of our general fund budget goes to our public safety police. And within that cost, why don't we relocate 23 officers to serve in the capacity of doing the security at our rec centers, in which that would be a significant different price range that would be already covered through the budget already. Where
Okay.
that mean that 2.4 million could go to actual things that the recreation need.
Okay, all right, that's a great point. Thank you, Councilman Starr. To the clerk, can you appoint the members here that's not part of the Finance Committee as pro temps so we can maintain our quorum? Okay, thank you. All right, staff, can we go to the next section, staff?
Page 304, schools, recreation, and cultural, 2023 unaudited total expenditures, $1,125,000. 2024 budgeted, $1,125,000. Page 348, golf course. Total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $2,054,096. 2024 budgeted, $2,568,190. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that was quite a bit. Okay, Chief, we'll start with page 304, schools, recs, and culture.
Okay, what? She said golf.
Chairman, I'm sorry, which page are we starting on?
304.
304.
Brooke, is that correct? Is that page 304? Yes, 304.
That's just like golf. That's just schools.
Okay, so to the chairman, this is an annual amount that we provide to the schools of $1.125 million for recreational and cultural programming.
Okay, all right, so this is, like you said, Chief, this is what we do every year, so it's year in and year out?
Yes, to the chair, my understanding, this has been in place since the early 90s. It was
Right.
an agreement made in connection with the Gateway project.
Right.
And so it's something that has continued on over the years.
Okay, yes, I do recall this. I'm going to go to Councilman Polincic.
Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, to the chief, director, excuse me. In light of what we're hearing of proposed cuts out of CMSD, what happens with this money? Because this was not only after-school programming, but it was also, in some schools, used it for midday activities as well. So I'm asking through the chair to the administration, has there been any dialogue as to what now happens with these funds? Are they going to be utilized, not utilized? I think the council, to all of my colleagues, we need to have a good explanation as to how that money is going to be integrated or not integrated into CMSD.
Through the chair to the councilman, so as I understand, the impending cuts that the CMSD has put out there are of after-school programming that was put in place in the pandemic. So it was programming that did not exist before 2020. As I understand it, these funds are required to be used for specified purposes,
Right.
given the limitations on our ability to use city funds to support CMSD operations.
Yes.
So I'm not aware of there being any change with how these funds will be used going forward, even in light of what's happening with CMSD's budget issues.
Okay, because obviously nobody here, Mr. Chairman, nobody here runs the schools on this side of the table. We are prohibited under the state legislative action. The school authority falls under the mayor, who appoints the school board, and then who appoints the CEO. We all read, we have not had a detailed explanation from Dr. Morgan as it pertains to what cuts, but what I did read saw there were going to be extracurricular and after-school programs cut. So again, I will make the request through the chair, through staff, that we really need to understand what's going to happen with that 1.1. It used to be 2 million. It was reduced over the years to the 1.1, as I was here when it was set up initially. But I think we need to really make sure that that money is going to be utilized. If not, then we have to reprogram it. And it could be reprogrammed into recreation. But I just want to make sure through the chair and to staff that, and to the administration, that we really need to get a good explanation as to what that money will pay for if it's still going to be utilized by CMSD. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Councilman Palincic. I'm going to go to Councilman Chris Hirsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we on page 304, the school, recreation, and cultural? That's what we're on? Okay. So, question through the chair to the chief. It was explained to me by a resident that originally this was a $2 million allocation from the original fund that built the stadium, and that the money that's earmarked for CMSD here is supposed to be, I believe, revenue that's raised through ticket tax or some kind of sport income related. Through the chair to the chief, is the 1.125 on this page earmarked from a specific source, or is it just general fund money that we're obligated to send CMSD's way?
Through the chair, it's just general fund money.
Okay. We don't outline the specific tax that raises these funds. Okay. To the chair, or any member of the body that might remember when this happened, does anybody recall when we stepped that down from $2 million to $1.25 million? Because I know it was before my time. I'm just curious how long that's been the standard. Or Chief, you look like you know.
Through the chair, I believe it was around 2008.
Okay, so
Yeah, I think that's about correct.
so about what was that? What, 16 years ago?
No.
Okay. Okay.
I think when Frank was...
That's all. Cool. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Conway, you got a point on that?
No, I just want to ask, where is the actual, what's the contracted services? What does it
Through the chair, this goes to support athletic programming, primarily athletic programming at CMSD grade schools and high schools.
You're supposed to give us a yearly report.
Yes, we have. Through the chair, I think it's down in I left it down at my desk after the PIO hearing. But there is a per pupil rate that is provided to the CMSD grade schools. I believe it's $37.95, I want to say. And then high schools that have football programs get $10,000 a year, and high schools that do not have football programs get $6,000 a year.
Okay, Councilman Conway, you have a point?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm for this 1,125 Gs. I just don't want the school system, you know, as a funder, you look at what happened with the 20 million, the 16 million that the school system took away from those children. I don't want to put this in there and they take this away also to balance the budget. It's for the children. And you make that clear. We want it to go straight for the children. Because see, you set a precedence, counselor. When you do things like that, funders get nervous when you do that. And I don't want this to go out and not hit for the children. Can we guarantee it will go straight to the children?
Through the chair, it's contractually obligated to be spent on these recreational purposes, and that has it's really important on our side because under Ohio law, we are not able to use city tax revenue to support the day-to-day operations of another political subdivision. And apparently, 30 years ago, the city and our lawyers were able to get comfortable with using these funds to support sports and recreation programming as not being funding the day-to-day operations of CMSD.
Okay, Good, good. I'm highly disappointed in that 16 million was taken away from children in the city of Cleveland. That's just not right. You know, as a funder, you know, we're funders. City council member are funders. We give you guys the money during the transmittal, and you know, as a funder, you get a little nervous about things. You want the money to go for what it's going for, and that's my piece right there.
All right, is there any other questions on schools and cultural activities? All right, we'll move on to golf course on page 343. 348? All right, Chief. Couple of questions on the golf course for professional services. We've all seen professional services in 2023 budget, 2022 budget, but there's no professional service allotment on the line item for professional service under contractual services on page 348. Can you explain that?
To the chair, that $755,000 that you see, that was to Davy, I believe, for maintaining the golf course. But now we have the management company that is at the golf course. So you will see in the other contractual line, that's the budget for the management company who's managing the golf course.
So the $2.5 million on other contractual, it goes straight to the our golf course.
That is correct.
And that's Troon, right? I think it's Troon, right?
Yes.
All right, is there any questions on the golf course?
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Polinsky.
Mr. Chairman, to the director, are there any staff assigned to the golf course at all?
Through the chair, no.
No, so at presently, so we're in the contractual arrangement with the operators, and is there any subsidy this year for the golf course?
Yes, through the chair. In the contract, there is a sequence of annual subsidy payments, I believe, for the first 5 years to ensure that the operator has the funds needed
Yes.
to maintain, to run the course effectively, and also make needed investments in the improvement of the course, so that after that initial period, the course is able to stand on its own financial 2 feet without any subsidy from the city.
So then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, what year are we into that agreement?
Through the chair, we're in year 2.
Year 2. So he's got 3 more years to go. And so right now, there's still about a $300,000 difference in expenses versus revenue?
Last year, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there any other questions on the golf course? Seeing no further questions, Brooke, can you read the next section?
Page 352, Public Auditorium. Executive Commissioner Susie Clater. Page 354, Salaries and Wages. 2023 unaudited, $1,163,316. 2024 budgeted, $1,165,325. Page 355, total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $3,074,083. 2024 budgeted, $3,361,457. Page 356, number of employees December 2023, 36. Budgeted 2024, 59. Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Chief, on page 355, under materials and supplies, I see a couple line items that were empty for 2023, but now we are budgeting a line item for each one of these. Can you explain that? And under maintenance going down, why wasn't that budgeted for 2023, and now all of a sudden we have it budgeted for 2024?
To the chair, it was budgeted in 2023, but there was nothing spent in 2023. That's just what they submitted as their budget for 2024.
Okay, nothing was spent, but they came back and asked for money again?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And on the following page, on 356, explain the big discrepancies in the budgeted number of employees from 36 in 2023, and then you're asking for 59 positions.
To the chair, the number of part-time employees that you see at the end of the year, that's always based on the number of events that they have. So if they had a big event at the end, you would see a lot more part-time people that help, get that event up and running and are working at the event.
Okay. So you anticipate we're going to have a lot of big events at the end on 2024. Is that what you're saying?
In 2024, they're anticipating currently, they have 42 events on their calendar for 2024.
Okay. So in 2023, the events was 20 according to the chart, to the metrics on page 352.
To the chair, the 20 was paid events. There are some events that are not paid.
Okay. All right. All right, Councilman Palencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. What is the, if you can tell us, the interaction between our center, our conventions, our public auditorium, excuse me, and the county's convention center? I mean, is there some type of integration? They operate totally independently, but if there's educate us all, if there's an overflow from their facility and or ours, we enter some kind of a agreement or contract, do we not?
Yes, through the chair. So they're operated independently.
Right.
However, we coordinate with the Huntington Convention Center, the folks that run that facility, and if they need spillover space for a conference that they're hosting, we work with them, and vice versa.
So what you're presenting to us is that you're expecting our public auditorium for the first time in a long period of time to be close to operating evenly. Is that what you're presenting to us? Expenses and revenue?
Through the chair, no. So we are anticipating a $2.5 million subsidy from the general fund for 2024 to balance out the public auditorium's operations.
So that's the transfers in?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm, okay, then now I better understand this. So we're still subsidizing it to that extent, and you don't see anything in the foreseeable future that's going to diminish that subsidy then, huh?
Through the chairman, nothing concrete at the moment,
Okay.
but we do. This is something that has kind of become a pet project of mine that we are very eagerly exploring.
Well, Mr. Chairman and my colleague, we all should know that we were told when the basketball arena did their complete renovation, which again was supported by taxpayers' funds, which we don't operate, they assured us that they would not compete against us. And surprise, 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 what happened? They compete against us. They take events from us. And here we are again. We've got to subsidize our facility $2.4 million while they make money up 9th Street at our expense. So we all should be aware of that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Blensik. We really appreciate that historical perspective because without you, we would have never known that. I'm going to go to Councilman Slife.
Thank you, and kind of building off Councilman Palensik's questions about the transfers in, I think what's worrying to me is that the transfers in seem to be increasing rather than decreasing. I appreciate the enthusiasm. I share the enthusiasm. There's a whole vacant auditorium upstairs where there's a lot of opportunity in the space. My question, if I wanted to hold some event at public auditorium, I presume that would appear under charges for service. That's the $400,000 budgeted?
Through the chair, that's correct.
When the city of Cleveland, do city of Cleveland departments pay to use public auditorium?
No, they do not.
To your knowledge, have there been times where public auditorium has been unavailable because of city of Cleveland's scheduling? For example, the Department of Public Safety holds its disciplinary hearings in the basement conference rooms, or we have our human resources training in the basement conference room. Have there been instances where somebody maybe would have used the center, but the city was using it, so it was just unavailable during that time frame? Do you know?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of that happening.
I certainly don't want to bankrupt other departments, but part of the budget that we see is like charges for motor vehicle maintenance and charges to printing, and not like just because we own Cleveland Public Power doesn't mean that the city doesn't have to pay the utility bill. So is there a reason, you know, of historically why departments have not had to pay to use public auditorium in the same way that they have to pay to get gas and use electricity and use the print shop?
Through the chair, no, I'm not aware of any historical reason for that discrepant treatment between the two services.
All right. Has that kind of discrepancy been a point of conversation at all in the administration?
Through the chair, not when it comes to holding a meeting, say, in the basement. You know, we do, for example, charge rent for the city departments that use office space in public auditorium. So we've made that step to help kind of align the use of the facility with the revenue that the auditorium is able to generate. But we haven't had any additional discussions on top of that.
Okay. I'll admit to the chairman, I'm not sure exactly what I'm suggesting and asking. And I don't think that the Department of Sustainability, wouldn't be advantageous for them to have to pay, I'm making up a number, $60,000 to have the Sustainability Summit or something. I'm sort of pointing out that it's a different model and that we are arguably causing ourselves to make the facility unavailable on an ongoing basis. And just like the fact that the charges for service is budgeted at $400,000, it's such a lower, it's not like it's even anywhere near the transfer in. It's very, very low. It's effectively few, if any, outside non-public events are happening at public auditoriums. So it's, I think it's a point of discussion further. I don't want to find out that, you know, a tech conference was unable to use the space because we are disciplining police officers who forgot to turn on their camera, when that could be done at a secondary space when the city owns a lot of real estate. So I'll just leave it there.
All right, thank you, Councilman Snipes. Is there any further questions on the public auditorium? Brooke, can you read the next section up, please?
Page 357, West Side Market General Operations. Salaries and wages, 2023 unaudited, $299,393. 2024 budgeted, $419,857. Page 358, total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $1,725,692. 2024 budgeted, $1,999,717. Page 359, number of employees December 2023, 5. Budgeted 2024, 7. Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Brooke. All right, Chief, on page 357, under contractual services, professional services, you have in our sheet here, it says temporary seasonal worker Snyder Blake, $100,000. Why are we using Snyder Blake temporaries at $100,000 and we're paying for that at the West Side Market? What's the purpose of that, Chief?
Through the chair, I'm not quite sure what the temporary work would be. I would imagine it's has to do with parking lot and things of that nature, but we can confirm.
Okay, I appreciate it. I've never seen this before. Under other contractual, we have another security. It says I lied, 153,000. Of course, refrigeration repairs, that's totally understandable. Elevator maintenance and pest control, but the security, I'm just curious about, you know, what's our obligation with the security? So,
Through the chair, I don't know that we have any obligation. I think operationally, and this predates us being here. The city made the decision to have unarmed security at the West Side Market, and so that's contracted staff. That's not our members of our Cleveland Division of Police, and so that's what that covers.
so how long is this contract in effect? Do you have that information?
I do not, but we can follow up with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I want to go to Councilwoman Marr.
I would just like a brief point that now that we're interested in security contracts, I would like to see that one as well to compare it to the rec center contract.
Okay. All right. Is any other Councilman Richard Starr?
Yes, as it relates to the West Side Market and operation, how much money are we subsidizing for on the West Side Market? The last 3 years, rather, or this current year, rather?
Through the chair, this year we are projecting a subsidy of $465,752.
And what page is that on? I'm sorry.
Page 358.
358. Okay. And, wow.
So that's under transfers.
Yeah, I see it under revenues.
Okay.
And then, so we subsidize it almost $500,000 or some change every year for this entity to the chair.
Through the chair, yes, that has been the case for the last 6 to 7 years.
Okay, and then one point as relate to the budget, through the chair to the chief, is there any other department or any other facility do we have the same size of subsidy?
Through the chair, yes, we, for public auditorium, it's much larger at about $2.5 million. And then for some of the other minor enterprises, there are small subsidies. I don't know that they come to the level of this for the West Side Market, though.
All right, and if we could, through the chair to our staff, if we could possibly get a list of subsidies we've done the last 2 to 3 years from different properties that the city owns, that would be something I would definitely like to look at to get an understanding, more clarification of what we subsidize in each year. And that's all, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Starr. Councilman Brian Casey.
Mr. Chairman, I know in Municipal Services and Properties, second to last committee meeting we had, we asked for information regarding Snyder Blake and their attendance as it pertained to their seasonal summer help. Do you know if we ever received that, Mr. Chairman?
Not to my knowledge, Councilman.
All right, we're going to ask again, Mr. Chairman, to the finance director. One of the issues they had with seasonal help over the summer was that Snyder Blake, their employees wouldn't show up for work, or they would show up 1 or 2 days and then nobody else would show up. So if we could get the attendance for Snyder Blake for 2023, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Councilman, I do think we got an initial response from the department. I can re-forward it to folks.
Yeah, I think, you know, and actually, as you mentioned, I did see some percentages, how folks showed up. I do remember that. Okay. Is there any other questions on Councilman Harsh?
Yeah, through the chair to the chief. So we transitioned the West Side Market to a nonprofit board this year. Management, and I understand that we're still going to subsidize them because it's a publicly owned facility, but through the chair to the chief, is the new structure visible in this, or where does the new structure stand in relation to what's in the budget book this year?
Through the chair, it's a very good question. We are continuing to negotiate the specifics of the handoff and responsibilities under this management structure. So this budget reflects status quo operations of the West Side Market with city staff without the management company. But it is our expectation that soon that contract is in place and we are able to officially transfer day-to-day managerial responsibility for the market.
Okay. And do you have an expectation on what that will mean to next year's presentation of the West Side Market as a small enterprise? Like, how is that? What's the expectation of the way it's going to change?
Through the chair, I think the golf course is a good example to look at where, historically we've had some city staff at the golf course and at the West Side Market. When moving to this management arrangement, all of the day-to-day will be handled by the management company, and there won't be any city staff posted to the West Side Market. So all of our expenses will be in the other expenses category of the appropriation. There won't be any personnel expenses.
Okay, so the golf course on page 348 shows no salaries and wages. It's straight utilities, contractual, materials, interdepartmental and revenue.
Yes.
And that's what you expect the West Side Market. Okay. Okey-doke, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Howard. Is there any more questions on the West Side Market? Seeing no further questions, Brooke, can we go to the next department?
Page 305, Cleveland Stadium. Total expenditures 2023 unaudited, $13,300,291. 2024 budgeted, $15,898,532. Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. I see Councilman Polensek has left the room. He has his annual questions about the Cleveland Stadium. So does anybody recall what Councilman Polensek asks on an annual basis? I can't. Okay, Chief, on page 305, under interest, earnings, and investment income, we went from $241,000, and now we predicted to have $100,000. Could you explain that?
Through the chair, I think that is the result of spending down some of the cash balance in the stadium fund, and as a result, having lower interest earnings in 2024.
And Chief, when are we scheduled to pay off the final balance on the Cleveland Stadium for the listening public?
To the chair in 2028.
2028?
November
15th.
November of 2028.
And what is do you know the approximate balance that we owe on the Cleveland Stadium?
Yes, to the chairman, it's $40.2 million is the current outstanding balance.
All right, is there any questions on Cleveland Stadium? Any comments on Cleveland Stadium? All right, Brooke, can you go to the next section?
Page 247, Division of Parking Facilities, Commissioner Kim Johnson. Page 248, Salaries and Wages, 2023 unaudited, $496,603. 2024 budgeted, $629,269. Total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $869,662. 2024 budgeted, $1,132,287. Page 249, number of employees, December 2023, 12. Budgeted 2024, 14.
Okay. All right, Chief, on page 248, for salaries, we see this increase in salaries from 484 in 2023 unaudited to 617. Is there additional headcount? Is that what I'm seeing there? Is that additional headcount?
To the chair, there's no additional headcount. They had 2 vacancies all of 2023. So the increase you see in 2024 is for full-time staffing, the 27th pay, and any wage increases they had.
Okay. All right. Is there any questions on the division of parking and facilities? Councilman Slight.
Thank you. Through the chair, can the chief remind us the revenues, so on 247, the breakdown of different revenues, but the revenues don't appear in this budget. Can you remind us where they go within the budget?
Through the chair, the revenues are in the off-street budget. Oh, that get collected by the parking enforcement officers?
No,
That-
just regular, I put a quarter in the meter. Or I put a quarter in
That's
the meter, I
in
pay
the
to use
off-street
Willard
budget.
Garage. Those are in the off-street budget? Willard
Yeah.
Garage and meters.
Correct.
Okay. I'll ask it here just because the chart is here. On page 247, the breakdown of on-street and off-street parking revenues, I will say I had expected the bump between, well, I guess let me say, was there any noticeable bump in 2023 of prior to smart parking being instituted and smart parking being instituted? Because there's not showing in this chart revenue predictions for 2024, but I think at least this council member was thinking that the on-street number would be up because I think there are a lot of people who weren't paying the meter just because they didn't physically have a quarter, so they now have a mechanism to pay. Can you comment on any revenue projections related to on-street parking?
Through the chair, I think, looking at the output metric on page 247, we did see a slight increase in 2023 against 2022. Our expectation would be that the meter collection revenue would go up as a result of the electronic metering. I think we'll really see that increase when we are able to install the kiosks that are just more visible and more, make it clearer that this has changed and you can actually use your credit card to pay for your parking. And then also expanding the electronic payment to metered parking outside of the downtown business district. So, if you go to other areas near West Side, University Circle, it's still the traditional quarters. And so I think that until we have the full implementation, it's going to be hard to really get a sense of the revenue increase.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Slight. Is there any other questions on the parking facilities? Okay, let's move to the next section, Brooke.
Page 349, parking lots, general operations, salaries and wages, 2023 unaudited, $1,036,864. 2024 budgeted, $1,184,703. Page 350, total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $8,157,029. 2024 budgeted, $9,507,816. Page 351, number of employees, December 2023, 25. Budgeted 2024, 34. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, now what division was that, Brooke? Parking lots operations? Okay, all right, Chief. I have no questions on that section. Councilman Harsh.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, to the chief, the revenues for this show a sizable transfer in, almost $1 million. But also general upward climb in charges for services. I assume these are parking fees, are charges for services?
That's correct.
And through the chair, didn't we raise our parking fees this year for all of the city lots?
Through the chair, not all of them. Gateway East Garage was not part of the rate increase.
So through the chair to the chief, the projected revenue increase from the parking cost increases that we approved are only $200,000? Or am I just misreading this, which is probably more likely?
I'm sorry. Through the chair, I don't think that that's the case for a full year of the implementation. I don't recall when the new rates actually took effect. I know the legislation was heard over the summer.
Yeah.
And was passed maybe the first meeting of September. And then the rates, the actual rates, to the extent that there was a range, had to be set by the Board of Control, and that would have happened in the fall. So I'm not sure when they actually took effect and we started collecting on the new rates.
Yeah.
So, comparing, I don't know that the 2023 annual revenue reflects the full revenue collection that we would expect.
Because that's almost $1 million up in 23 unaudited over 22 actual, which is a chunk, right? But that, like you said through the chair, got passed in the end of last year. So if there was $1 million increase in 2023 over a couple of months of changed parking prices, I'd expect more than just a 200,000 bump over the full year following. But I guess it's hard to budget income.
Yeah, I think, this is one where we have been maybe a little conservative in what we're projecting in terms of revenue, which is obviously a safer position to be in.
And so, Mr. Chair, is this something the Municipal Services looks through in operational? When you guys get the operational in a couple of months, you'll be looking at revenue from the changed parking rates?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
So then I'll probably just follow up with you then, Mr. Chairman, to see how those parking rates are doing for our parking revenue. I would hope that the increase would be enough to do away with the need to transfer in $1 million from the general fund. I would hope the parking could at least become self-sustaining.
Through the chair, that's the hope. We did budget $1 million to transfer in 2023, and we did not need to.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, is there any other questions? All right, Brooke, we can go to the next section.
Page 250, Division of Property Management, Commissioner Thomas Nagel. Page 252, Salaries and Wages, 2023 unaudited, $4,712,118. 2024 budgeted, $5,084,493. Page 253, total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $9,077,524. 2024 budgeted, $10,221,344. Page 254, number of employees December 2023, 63. Budgeted 2024, 68, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. I got a couple of questions. Security services on 253, under expenditures. What is security services, and why has it increased so much over 2024 budget?
Through the chair, that security is for City Hall and the Huff Multipurpose Center.
Okay. Under materials and supplies, painting equipment and supplies, we don't have a line item for that there on 2024 budget. Why, and this is the maintenance department, this is property management department, why is it that we don't have any painting equipment and supplies? We don't plan on doing any painting?
I'd have to follow up with that, but I definitely know that they do painting.
Okay. Under building maintenance supplies on the bottom, it says $160,000 budgeted for 2024, but we didn't have anything budgeted for 2023 unaudited. Explain that, if you could.
To the chair, the city is required by the EPA to do backflow testing for all the city buildings, and the Cleveland Water Department does that, and they're charging back property management to do that testing.
So we didn't have anything budgeted for 2023. So they didn't do that in 2023. They didn't perform that service.
No, we'd have to the chair. There were no charges, so I would say no. And then we can check to see how frequently the EPA requires this. It may not be an annual requirement.
So on page 254, Director, the vacant full-time, we go from 0 to 5.
Through the chair, at the end of 2023, they had 63 employees. The budget for 24 is 68. They currently have 5 vacancies.
Okay. All right, is there any questions on building maintenance, property maintenance? Councilman Hairston.
Thank you. In the positions that notice, we were budgeting 23 for 71, and now we're budget 68. Budget 68. I'm assuming those positions went into the pool?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And what positions through the chair were unfilled that you saw necessary to move to the pool? What positions were they?
Through the chair, we'd have to talk to the division leadership to get an understanding of what positions they had anticipated filling. That they had anticipated, that they would be filling. The vacancies, at least on our end, are not allocated to a particular position. We rely on the divisions to tell us what they would anticipate hiring.
Right, but the positions that were removed were some position in particular, correct? That the department anticipated not hiring for, right?
Through the chair, they were vacant positions. There was nobody in those positions that were moved.
Right, what were they? Janitor or what was the actual position?
Yeah, through the chair, we'd have to talk to Commissioner Nagel.
Okay, I'm interested in that because you hear around the table are concerns about taking care of the things that the many things that we do have and own across the city, and then we eliminate the positions. I'm just trying to, understand the reasoning for that, right? So if you can get that to us, I'd appreciate it. Through the chair, thank you.
All right, is there any other? Councilwoman Marr.
Thank you. I apologize if I missed this, but did we already discuss the building maintenance supplies line item?
Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to ask specifically because we had a situation in my ward this year where our pool was down for something like 3 to 4 months because of supply chain issue procuring a specific type of gas pool heater that is very challenging. And I'm wondering, sort of where we budget for that type of unusual and high cost facility expense, if it's in that building maintenance supplies line item or if it is elsewhere within our capital expenses. Through the chair.
Yep, through the chair would be in our capital budget.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
All right, is there any other questions on property maintenance? Okay, Brooke, can you move to the next division?
Page 255, Division of Park Maintenance, Commissioner Toy Porch. Page 257, Salaries and Wages, 2023 unaudited, $6,840,265. 2024 budgeted, $7,859,685. Page 259, total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $18,505,623. 2024 budgeted, $19,907,625. Number of employees December 2023, 111. Budgeted 2024, 471.
All right, thank you, Brooke. Director.
Through the chair, happy to take any questions.
Page 255, under the output metrics. Trees pruned. In 2023, we had a big drop from 2022. Now, can you tell us why it was such a large drop from one year to the next?
Through the chair, I think there's just a large, as has been discussed previously, a large backlog of work that urban forestry needs to get through, and we've been working with various members of council to identify a ready and adequate funding source to allow the division to get through that work. But I think that's generally the explanation.
So has the budget dropped has the budget dropped for this service? Or it's pretty much steady, but the output dropped, is what I'm saying is. I see the output dropped in a lot of different metrics. Like new trees planted, we go from 350 in 2022 to 15. And stumps grinded, we go from 162 to 22. So those are major drops. And so I'm just wondering, is it director or chief? I keep calling you
It
director
doesn't
and
matter.
chief.
Whichever one, it doesn't matter.
So are we giving you the same amount of money each year, but the production is dropping is what I'm asking?
So to the chairman, it's not my understanding is that has not been the case, is that instead, several years ago, there was a large appropriation of funds for this work, and then that money has dried up. And then there was a decision, I believe, last year or the year before, to focus effort on the pruning and the sort of maintenance work at the expense of planting because of the backlog. I think this is this is an issue that on both sides of the building we understand we need to solve, and it's a matter of finding a regular and predictable funding source that can be consistently allocated each year, which has just not been the case. There might be times where we use capital dollars to provide for some of this work, but that comes with restrictions. We can only use our capital funds and that's restricted income tax or the money we obtain from a sale of bonds. We can only use that for planting, not for regular maintenance. So it's a complicated funding question that we have been working with Councilman Spencer and others to identify a solution to, so that going forward we're able to work through this backlog and then have a recurring stream of revenue to allow the work to happen at a regular pace over the years.
Okay, so the comparison of staffing levels from 1 year, 2023, it goes from 111 to 471. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in that department, but I can see that's a big difference. That's almost 4 times the number of employees. But yet our outputs are dropping. And can you? I'm just trying to understand what is you saying that we ran out of funds. Is that what you're saying?
To the chair, when talking about the urban forestry program, yes, I think when we're looking at this fluctuation in headcount, that is really driven by the flow of seasonal employees, and the seasonals in park maintenance are brought on to support the grass cutting program of the division during the summer. So these are summer seasonals that come in, help get the grass cutting work done, and then they roll off once the cutting season is over.
Okay. All right. Is there any questions on Division of Park Maintenance? Councilman Harsh, followed by Councilman Slife.
Yeah, through the chair to the chief, is this department where we would handle most of our groundhog concerns? No?
Through the chair, no, that would be animal care and control.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Councilman Slife.
Thank you. And I'll say, I know there have been some conversations about restructuring public works, and I think that this is, we're just here and we're having to remind ourselves, okay, leaf pickup is in streets, but vacant lots is in parks, but buildings are in property management, despite the fact that a park is arguably a property. Very confusing, and I would question if there are, just underscore the need for that conversation. I'll add on to it that I think it's, property management does, like on one side it does like horticulture and the greenhouse, which feels separate from tree lawn trees, which feels separate from mowing in parks, which feels entirely separate from mowing on vacant lots. And I almost question within this larger public works conversation, is there need to kind of reorder? I'd even argue moving urban forestry into its own division and trying to be more strategic about giving it its own consistent budget, because it's I know one of you've heard this anecdote, but Casey and I were somewhere on a weekend and talking, and someone came up and said, what do council members talk about on the weekend? And at the same time, trees. The volume of calls we get about trees is more than I would have ever thought coming into this job. And like you, to the chair, I'm worried about the metrics that have been shown. I mean, I don't think, frankly, it is an acceptable answer to the average resident of Cleveland whose tree got taken down that, oh, the stump's just done by a separate contractor and we don't have any money for it and we know it's been 4 years and one day it'll either get ground down or rot away. I guess one of my questions, in the past, my understanding has been that some tree work has been done in-house by the division and other has been contracted out. Where would contracting for urban forestry appear within this budget? Would that be under professional services? Because those numbers have been incredibly low over the past few years, so that doesn't seem like it'd be the right spot.
That would be under other contractual.
Other contractual.
It's in their Snyder Blake contract.
Looking for other contract. I see it. So within the $2,000 is theoretically where we would have third-party. So what I've been told is that if a tree does not touch a wire, that a city forestry crew can remove that tree. But if a tree is in contact with a wire, which is very common because we have overhead wires, then that has to be contracted out to like Van Kuren or someone else. So that's a substantial percentage of our tree removals just because of the density of wires we have. So it seems like it'd be a lot more than that.
Through the chair, I would add, I think, a bit of a clarification. I think there's also the possibility that depending on the circumstances, it could be the electric utility that is called to take care of the wire as well.
Okay.
The tree, I'm sorry. So
Thank you.
CPP or CEI.
I will just say Mrs. Kern and I don't normally do this, naming people, but Mrs. Kern on Marquis Avenue has been waiting 2 years for a tree to be pruned because a wire's touching it. And please understand, I appreciate that there are conversations about how to find a permanent funding source. And there's conversations among members about how to identify one come what may. The inability to cut a tree branch in 2 years really is a credibility crisis for Cleveland City Hall. Like, I know that we have a lot of big things on our plate, but the average citizen cannot accept that it takes 2+ years and calls every week to do something that feels so mundane. And my next door neighbor doesn't quite understand why the woman around the corner painted her tree stump to look like a turtle. It's sort of cute. But that was after like 18 months of just looking at this giant oak tree stump. So we have to find the money for this. This is a passion point for some of my colleagues, so I'll end it here and just say that there's interest among this council of finding the sources, including through the vacancy pool or other ways, to fund urban forestry. Urban forestry has been chronically underfunded. Jennifer Kipp, I think to her credit, does as much as she can with very, very few resources and persistent vacancies. And it's coming to the point where we are not going to be able to play catch up for the backlog we're creating for ourselves. So I will leave it there. I know that there are others who probably want to comment similarly.
All right, thank you, Councilman Slight. I'm going to go to Councilman Richard Starr.
Thank you, Chair. And through the Chair, the question I definitely will have through this budget for Division of Park Maintenance, my question would be, where is the actual budget breakdown for vacant lots? Like, where in this budget does it show what it is that we spend as far as overall vacant lots itself?
Through the chair, so you would see that under other contractual, that's Snyder Blake. And then there's also CDBG money, which is about 1.2 million. And there's also, each ward is about 425,000. That's not in this budget. That's other funds.
Wait, so on contractual services under there, the vacant lot is under other contractual,
Yeah, that's their Snyder Blake contract.
and that's the $3.5 million budgeted.
Correct.
Through the chair, this is something that I think that we heard possibly the first day. No, matter of fact, through our budget retreat, the importance of having a more detailed line item budget is very important. I mean, just putting other contractuals and it says $3.5 billion is I mean, it's not even. It's not good. I mean, because it doesn't just tell you exactly how much it costs to cut each lot. It doesn't break down what the cost is as far as the equipment the equipment that is used for each lot. I mean, those things equate to understanding of how we do 2 or 3 lots cuts a year. I mean, is that something that can be provided? Through the chair?
Through the chair, unfortunately, it's not easily provided, if really accurately provided at all, because we don't budget at the program level. We budget by organization, and all the divisions, well, not all, but the vast majority of our divisions execute a variety of programs. So we know what it costs to run an organization, but we do not know what it costs. There's no ready source of information that tells us this is what this program costs, unless it happens to be a program that's run entirely via contractual services. Then we know that the contract is for X dollars and that's what it costs. But if you look across the various divisions, each employee is working on multiple programs of that organization, and so as a result, and so it makes it really hard based on the way we budget, and we've historically done that. That's nothing new. It makes it really hard, if not impossible, to figure out what each particular program costs to deliver.
And thank you for that explanation, and I understand what you're saying, but due to the fact that I'm thinking of it from a actual understanding of budgeting, through the chair, is that some way that we budget? Do you budget through the chair to the chief? Do you budget your own personal account like that, or do you break it down to every dollar? Through the chair.
I'm through the chair. I'm sorry. Can you clarify?
Meaning when you do your own budget for your own personal life, for your own bank account, do you break it down from pay period? This is my check. This is what I'm putting in my IRA. This is what I put in deferred comp. This is going to pay for my mortgage. This is going to pay for my car note. This is the school, my sons and child, school services or daycare services. This is for a band camp. This is for soccer. Like every penny, like that makes a difference when you just see $3.5 million and we have number one issue that we deal with as soon as the weather comes, you deal with these lots not being cut. And understanding how much it costs to do each lot can give us a breakdown on how we can be more robust. And then we can also start talking about the cleaning services that these vacant lots. We have people and residents who reach out to our offices even after the crew was in our neighborhoods cutting lots to ask them to come back to cut because of everything. So my question is, how do we get to the breakdown of how we spend? We're budgeted for $3.579 $88 to, which is a decrease from what was unaudited, to understand what is going on with vacant lots. So I would love for us to get a very detailed breakdown throughout this budget. That is very important because I'm not just, when I budget my own money, I need to know where every penny, every dollar. If I got too many Netflix accounts and I got too many subscriptions and Apple is billing me every day, I start to go back and look and say, why y'all keep billing me? Them $10, that $14, it adds up. And I could have did more with those dollars. That's why I budget to down to the T. So when you think of us as a council, we should have an explanation, a detailed breakdown for every item, every dollar that is spent to be able to do it. It's hard work, but I don't get paid the big bucks. I get cussed out for doing what I do. So I just would love for us to get that breakdown through the chair to our staff, or through our chair to this wonderful team that's been here the last few days with us.
All right, thank you, Councilman Starr. You bring up a great point. We just get ballpark figures. We don't get any specifics. But I do want to point, Councilman Starr, we passed out a sheet with other contractuals. I wanted to get a sense of what they were spending the money on, and it said here, temporary and seasonal workers, Snyder Blake, 2.579, and vacant lot contractor program, and goes out to bid $1 million. But again, it doesn't say, how many lots this is going to cut. It doesn't say how many contractors this will hire. It doesn't break it down, and so you bring up a good point. We do our own personal budgets in a little more detail, so we should get more detail in this budget. I do agree. Next, I'm going to go to Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the finance director, how many separate contracts does Snyder Blake have?
Through the chair, there's just one.
There's just one, but it's broken down into.
And so so there's one contract with the city, and then we allocate expense to the divisions that utilize the contract.
All right, and then Mr. Chairman, to the director, how much is that one? Is it the 3.5 million or whatever it is?
Through the chair,
I see it's 2.5 to park maintenance. It's 100,000 to West Side Market, and 170,000 to streets. Is there any other one?
Through the chair, there's an amount held by the finance department where we administer the portion of that contract that provides sort of office staff. But 3.5 sounds about right.
All right,
but
so
we can confirm that.
Basically, from April to October with Snyder Blake last year, they employed 1,730 people, but they had 2,306 call-offs, 181 absences, 79 AWOLs, and 236 resignations. At what point, we know that we're not getting the bang for the buck out of the Snyder Blake contract, because that's the number one complaint from Parks and Rec, is that the individuals don't show up. At what point do we have to look at it and say, even though these are seasonal employees and there's 1,730 of them, if we took that and attempted to hire full-time individuals or hired seasonal people ourselves, that maybe we would get a better work product out of the dollars that we're spending.
Yeah, I think that's a good conversation for us to have, and maybe something worth piloting and running kind of both scenarios at the same time to see which one works better. I think the challenge is these are just tough positions to fill, period, and it's not an excuse because we still have to provide the service, but I think that's part of the explanation that these are tough jobs to fill in the first place.
Well, if Snyder Blake charges us $16 an hour to provide a service, but then they're only paying their employees $13 an hour, don't you think it would be easier for us to hire at least $16 an hour as opposed to going through a temp agency and having that individual only make 13? That's the biggest complaint that I heard last year, was that people that were coming through Snyder Blake weren't doing the jobs. They were showing up, some of them, and not performing. So where's the oversight for the employees that Snyder Blake are sending to us? And is it fair that we're taking our full-time employees and having them supervise these individuals who know they're just temporary and maybe don't have the passion or the desire to do the job that our full-time employees do?
Yeah, so they, through the chair, these temps are working under the supervision of our city staff, which is kind of the oversight to ensure that the work is getting done as, to the best of our ability. I think ultimately, when it comes to this, these temporary employees, we're really looking to understand the issues, and then if there is a better path, if it ultimately makes more sense for us to take this in-house with seasonal employees or some other arrangement, then that's something that we will certainly strongly consider and look at.
All right, last question. Mr. Chairman, to the director, is this contract with Snyder Blake RFP'd?
Through the chair, yes.
And when is the RFP up? When is this contract up?
Through the chair, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Can you get back to us on that? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Casey. Next, I'm going to go to Councilman Mike Palencic, and then we're going to go to Jenny Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, and I had to step out from one, but I was trying to get a phone call and watch it on a monitor. I think this discussion at this point is very important to where we were and where we are. The challenge is at one time there was a standalone division of shade trees. Urban forestry, we call it now urban forestry. It was standalone, had a commissioner in charge. So when they came to the table, we were able to get a better perspective and understanding as to what their needs were and what their needs were not. And when the previous administration went to this massive public works department, it really has become very cloudy as it pertains to what divisions are to be doing. And so, Mr. Chairman, what was encouraging, I believe I heard from the administration, that they're looking at this. And recreation was a standalone division. Again, urban forestry, park maintenance was a standalone. Property management was standalone. And unless we get back to that, the council is not going to be able to really deep dive, Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, into these departments and into this department and division. Because again, I chaired this in the day, public properties, and it was a lot easier for those at the table to understand the needs of each individual division, and looking at their workforce and working at everything. Everything has become so cloudy and so murky, it's hard for us to understand how do we deploy resources to address the problems that we're all having around this table, especially you indicated with urban forestry and other areas. So I hope sometime soon after the budget that we can really get back to segregating these divisions and getting back to a process where we know what service deliveries we need. Because right now, listening to this conversation, I can see how confusing it is to the members here, but to the citizens watching this at home, it is really confusing. Because if you look at just page, and I would urge you all to look at page 256, that in itself just tells you how confusing things are here. Look at the org chart on 256. Okay? I mean, really? I mean, trying to figure out what we're supposed to do here, and then how do we apply resources and personnel to do that, and then utilizing as good conversations about utilizing Snyder, Blake, and some of these other folks. We've got to really get back to our core message. It's been, we're off track with this monster department, and we got to somehow get back to some kind of normalcy and common sense approach here to deliver city service. That's all I need to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Councilman Palencic. Councilman Palencic, while you was out of the room, you missed Cleveland Stadium also.
I had my questions answered.
Okay, all right. Okay. Councilwoman Jenny Spencer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I apologize, I had to step out for an urgent matter, and I may have missed a little bit of discussion, but I do want to focus, I'm just going to laser focus my comments on urban forestry today. So I hope I'm not repeating anything that's been said. I'm actually going to, Mr. Chair, I'm going to go big with a comment here, which is that after many discussions with colleagues, I think now council having an appreciation for the need to invest in our urban forest and the critical nature of this the work, I think there's a bigger picture question of whether urban forestry should be its own division, and I know that's not in this budget this year. But I think it's been a problem year over year. Part of the reason why we're not able to understand urban forestry very effectively, able to understand whether it's fully resourced, able to understand how it deploys its resources, is because it is under the division of park maintenance. And so I do first want to thank the administration. Council sent over a request earlier to ask for the breakout of urban forestry's budget. I also want to contextualize these comments by saying that only a portion of urban forestry's activities are under the general fund budget. So today we're talking, I know we're just on the general fund budget today. Block grant is a separate conversation. Capital budget is yet another conversation. Urban forestry draws from all of those sources. So when we're talking about the urban forestry general fund dollars, I don't have any reason to believe that there is not, that there's a desire to staff it, there's a desire to make sure it has capacity. But I really want to put it out there that I think for the city, for the council and administration jointly to give urban forestry the resources it needs to fulfill its mission and to ultimately get results in the city, I do not think it should be under the division of park maintenance. I think we really need to move towards, a year from now, a discussion of urban forestry being its own division, because I think that's the only way we're going to be able to get a firm grasp on the ability to deliver the results and ensure that we're resourcing urban forestry appropriately. So I will take responsibility for that comment as an individual at this point, but this has been the result of many comments with many colleagues about various aspects of either passion for forestry, understanding how important the tree canopy is for just everything from public health to our residents' experiences of living in their communities. I think there's a wide embrace of the importance of increasing our tree canopy, and I really think this budget should begin to reflect that. So what I want to say, because we are on the general fund today, and I know we're going to revisit other aspects of urban forestry funding during block grant hearings and during capital budget discussions. One thing I will say in terms of the general fund budget, I'm going to shout out my colleague, Councilman Kerry McCormick, who continues to be just a fierce advocate for tree planting. So we've had a lot of in-depth discussions about the need to address the backlog in work orders and ways to do that. There's been grant funding sought by the administration, which is appreciated. There are discussions about the capital budget. There's discussions about carryover dollars from last year and all these different tools we can use to address that. What I want to put forward in terms of the general fund discussion today is that it is my understanding that if we want to recommence any level of tree planting that is meaningful, that we would need to fund an additional full-time position in urban forestry to do so. So I think those are really my two main points, that in looking at the urban forestry budget, which is in all of our inboxes, you're not able to pick it out. If you look at page 257 of park maintenance, you're not going to find it there. You're not going to be able to find urban forestry information there explicitly, but if we do have it in our inboxes. So what I'm saying, I guess, is that I'd like, as we move towards budget reconciliation or acknowledgement of the vacancy pool, a discussion about ensuring that we have an additional position within urban forestry And I'd really like this council to consider, and I'd like to work hand in hand with the administration over this next year to talk about how do we pull urban forestry out, make it a division, so we can really drive results through that division. I think by the nature of how it's positioned in our budget and in the structure of our government, it's hard to. It doesn't get the focus it deserves. So that's my long editorial comment today about urban forestry. I'd welcome any reactions and feedback on what I've shared. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Spencer. Next, I'm going to go to Councilman Conwell.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, the cemetery is in here as well, right?
No, the cemeteries is next.
You know what, Dan, let me just comment. I'll get to the cemetery. I want to comment on this piece here with Brian Casey. Councilmember Casey was narrating to you. You could, I wouldn't discount some of the workers that, from Snyder and Blake, he was narrating not showing up to work on time and it wasn't very efficient. It depends on the department. It's the culture of that department. If you treat a worker and say, oh, they're just a Snyder and Blake worker, and then you kill their morale. When you bring in workers, even if they're temporary workers, if you coach and counsel them right and cultivate them, they could end up becoming a productive worker. So I wouldn't discount that, with a temporary person, because you're throwing away, if you bring them in and you spend money to train them, you could pull from that pool also from through the chair to the chief of staff. You have had some people that came in and as temporary workers, and guess what? They moved up to become commissioners or whatever the case may be. It's how you cultivate workers. Training is ongoing. So I disagree with Councilmember Brian Casey on with temporary workers. That manager, if the manager doesn't train and training is not ongoing and you don't cultivate workers, that's why when you look at your attrition here, and your attrition is high because that manager or that director is not cultivating the workers. And then you end up building a caste system saying that your workers, your other workers, and they see what the other workers get away with. They see what they get away with, 2 and 3 hour lunch breaks. And then they teach the other workers to do the same thing. The whole bottom line is, it's the culture of your culture, organizational behavior. That's what I'm looking at. Organization behavior of the workforce. So I kind of disagree with him, at least 70 to 80%, because I've seen it with other workers, and they become great, productive workers. It's that manager. You got to have it's like a manager of a football team or a basketball team that can take a football team and make them great. Take them to the next level. Management is a science. It's a science. You don't just take a worker, and if you have systems in place and you manage through the systems, you could put anybody through it. Anybody through it. That's why you see sometimes, Chair, you see some coaches come in, you say, wow, how come he couldn't manage that team? This other guy came in and he took them to the playoffs or all the way to the championship. It's the management and understanding the science of the management. Some of your commissioners might not can do that, or supervisors might not can. And it's easier to blame it on the temporary agency person or the temporary agency. That's my say on that right there. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councilman Conwell. Is there any other question? Do you have a question, Councilman?
Just really quick. just wanted to voice my support for Councilwoman Spencer's comments regarding the structure of urban forestry and parks maintenance, and particularly emphasize what I think the director was talking about, and just say, very directly for the public, we really do not have a sense of the year-over-year requirements to maintain our tree canopy in the city right now, in terms of the number of stumps, the amount of pruning. We know there's a substantial backlog, but because of the way we track this and because our entire system is complaint-driven, and there are thousands of tree lawn trees that might not have somebody exactly looking out for them, we currently don't have a sense of the year-over-year budget that we need to not only dig out of our backlog, but maintain the system. And so that is the work of the Tree Commission. It's something that Councilwoman Spencer is incredibly passionate about. I know something that the director has identified. So Councilman Slife has stepped out, but I do think this is sort of a crisis and confidence point for residents to understand how the tree system works. So I really wanted to reemphasize my support and thank the Councilwoman for her dedication to this work, because frankly, not all of us can attend each Tree Commission meeting, and so you kind of help report out to us about that. So I really want to thank you for the time.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Mark. Brooke, we want to move on?
Page 345, cemeteries, salaries and wages, 2023 unaudited, $846,721. 2024 budgeted, $977,582. Total expenditures on page 346, 2023 unaudited, $1,808,065. 2024 budgeted, $2,145,871. Page 347, number of employees December 2023, 13. Budgeted 2024, 18. Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. I got a question right on page 245, under other contractuals. What are those contractuals for? It said list sale of assets. What do we sell, and what do we? How was that a benefit to us?
To the chairman, we sell the burial plots.
We sell the burial plots.
So that's revenue from those sales, and then the other contractual is everyone's favorite temporary service contract, Snyder Blake.
Snyder Blake. Okay. All right. So Snyder Blake, temporary seasonal worker, $208,000. And that is listed under other contractuals also? That is part of other contractuals, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Over on page 347, transfers in. We go from, that was a big increase for the 2024 budget. Could you explain that, Director?
So the transfer in is just from the general fund to balance their revenue and expenses.
So we run.
So in 2023, they had 5 vacancies. So that's why the number is significantly lower.
Okay. Okay. So we are subsidizing this a cemetery department also, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And the subsidy is what number?
So transfer in, it's $476,799.
Okay. But last year we only transferred in $40,000, correct? And unaudited.
That's correct.
And why do we have to transfer in so much this year as opposed to last year? Can you answer that question?
So the reason for the 40,000 is just they had 5 vacancies throughout the entire year.
So if I step in to the chairman, so they had a significant number of vacancies, and as a result did not spend as much on personnel as was expected, and because of that, we did not have to provide an actual subsidy beyond the $40,000 that was transferred in. This year, we're budgeting for full staff, which would require a subsidy of the $476,799. Now, if they are not able to fill those vacancies during the course of the year, then that amount would be lower by the end of the year.
So
This is
direct-
just the projected subsidy.
As projected subsidy. Okay, so Director, if you're using Snyder Blake, I'm still confused. If we're using Snyder Blake, why do we have to transfer so much in for head count when we already have that in the contractual service at 200,000?
Yeah, to the chair. So the Snyder Blake temporary employees are to supplement the full-time staff. So the budgeted number of full-time staff is 18. The division presently has 13 full-time employees, so there's 5 vacancies. And I think the relationship between Snyder Blake, the needs of Snyder Blake and the full-time staff kind of go hand in hand. And if we hit the full-time staff number, my suspicion is that we would need less support from Snyder Blake, so we would actually spend less money there because we'd be spending more money in the full-time staff.
Okay. All right. Is there any questions on cemeteries? Councilman Kelly.
To the chair, to the director. It just still is hard listening to you. It's just hard understanding with 5 employees and the big jump and all that, but I guess we can discuss it a little later. But it's my understanding that we're cheaper than anybody else. Maybe we ought to raise our prices or something. Have you looked at something that might be able to be done?
Through the chairman, that is a great suggestion, and that is there's a broader review underway of all of the fees that we charge across the city. For most of our fees, they haven't been adjusted since 2001, 2002, and for the ones that weren't adjusted then, they probably haven't been adjusted since the late 80s.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Kelly. I do have to agree with you. The math sometimes really is, we have a scratch in our head here at some of the math. Councilman Palencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, to the director. At this point in time, how many cemeteries are we maintaining?
There's Highland, 2 or 3, West Park, Highland. To the chair, it's 2 or 3. There's West Park, Highland.
I know Highland is the largest.
Yes.
And we're still obviously doing burials at Highland daily. Are we doing burials at the other cemeteries as well? Or is it just maintenance?
I believe we are, but I'd have to confirm that.
Okay, I'll make that request to the chair, to staff, as to what cemeteries we are still maintaining. And Mr. Chairman and my honorable colleagues, this is an issue that we have struggled with over the years, because if the city was outside of Highland, if we were not to maintain those cemeteries, no one else would. That's the reality. And when you have loved ones in those cemeteries, it's a sad situation. To begin with, you're there, your loved ones are there, but if they're not maintained, it's even more debilitating and additional burdens placed on the grieving families and loved ones. So it's just the fact. And so the folks who are watching this at home, there are some services that services that the city has to render. That's a fact of life, and we're not going to make you cannot get away from it. We have to maintain those cemeteries. That's the fact of life. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Councilman Palencia. Councilman Kevin Conwell.
Cemetery. I hate when I go down there to, especially around Memorial Day. My mom's is buried there. My grandmother is buried there. And people stop me and they, because they know who I am. Been around for a while. And you see how it's not well maintained. Every year I go. And as you just mentioned to the chair, to Councilmember Mike Polensek, it's their loved ones. It's their loved ones, man. And you got high grass and high weeds is you can't read the names because of the high grass and high weeds there. I'm telling you, Councilman, it's crazy. And people tell me, I write it down, I get in touch with the commissioner that's over it to get them to cut. You know Memorial Day, people are coming out to pay tribute to their family members, to their loved ones. And I go out there and I'm walking, people see me and they in my ears, because you know what? They see the council member, I'm not trying to say this to be mean to the mayor, you don't see him, but you see us. And everything is dumped on us because they know some kind of way we can get in touch with the commissioner or the directors. I'm telling you, when you go over there, it's crazy. You gotta respect people's loved ones. I go out there and I raise the tombstone. I take it and I raise it, put some rocks under it, bring me some clippers, clip around my mother's gravesite, clean out around it, because the city won't do it. They're just not going to do it. I know they're not going to do it. Take a while looking for the site when May hit, and it's just a horrible thing. And when we get back in our car, the family members drive away, and they tell me, Kevin, can't you do something about that? It's just horrible, man. It's horrible. So we got to do a better job, and I've been talking about that for years. It's every year, I'm telling you, every year. What I'll do this year before I go there, I'll call the commissioners and I'll make sure it's clean. That way I can have time to visit my mother and my grandmother's grave sites at Highland Hills. That's what I'm going to do. It just came to me. I'll call ahead of time, and I probably have to manage it to make sure that it's clean. You know, because you know what's coming, Mr. Chair. So if you know something is coming, you take care of it. Mother's Day, Father's Day, people are going to be out there. So you get ahead of it. It's people that have experience with that, they know it's coming, and you get ahead of it. And that's where I'm at on that, on the cemetery. Thank you for listening to me, but this is very important for people and their loved ones.
All right, thank you, Councilman Conwell. We really do hear your passion. Brooke, can we move on to the next department?
Page 260, Division of Waste Collection and Disposal, Commissioner Terrell Pruitt. Page 262, Salaries and Wages, 2023 unaudited, $13,113,987. 2024 budgeted, $13,024,161. Page 264, total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $36,303,841. 2024 budgeted, $38,107,897. Page 265, number of employees, December 2023, 215. Budgeted 2024, 235. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brooke. Director, the page 263, the professional services, they actually are doubling. Can you explain?
To the chair, that is for security for the Ridge Road Station, landscaping, floor maintenance, dumpster and receptacle refurbishment.
So what about the Snyder Blake? So I have on this sheet right here, it says other contractual, Snyder Blake, 170,000. Where is that reflected on? Is that professional service? No, it can't be professional services.
I don't think. To the chair, I would have to confirm, but I don't believe that Waste uses temporary staff.
Oh, you know what?
Like-
I'm sorry. Wait a minute, that's streets here. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. All right. I don't have one for waste. Okay. Okay, now, explain the transfer station fee of $119,000 that was not was not asked in 2023?
So to the chair, we have to put that number in. That's the total cost if we had to close the Ridge Road transfer station.
It's to the chair, it's a state requirement. We have to budget for the total cost of closing the transfer station for reasons I don't understand why we have to do that. So it's in every budget, and because we do not close the transfer station, there's never any expense in that line item.
So now the line items I see here, nothing was in the line items for the last 3 years until the 2024 budgeted.
Yes.
So you're saying,
For actuals. So these are the actuals and the unaudited. If you look at the budget books for those years,
okay,
we had a number, it may not be this exact number, but a number like this in each of those years.
Okay.
Because there's never an expense, there's a zero in the actual or unaudited data.
okay, all right, so that's state law.
Yes.
Okay. All right, is there any questions on the division of waste?
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Valencia?
Yes, briefly, Mr. Chairman. We had asked for the last several years now that the department look into the possibility of working out some type of arrangement or interaction with a big box retailer if residents wanted a compost bin where they could get maybe a reduced price, which would take waste out of the waste stream, which would affect our bottom line as it pertains to our tipping and dumping fee. We've asked that repeatedly, and I don't know if the administration has done any research or due diligence on that fact, but I'll ask again that the administration look into being able to provide a compost bin at a reduced price to residents who would like to have one for their yard. And they do work very effectively. I have 2 of them in my yard. My son up the street from me has, I believe, 2 in his yard as well. And it takes a lot of refuge out of the waste stream. And I won't belabor the point. We've asked for it. I'm going to continue to ask for it. Thank you.
Through the chairman on that point, the Department of Public Works, in collaboration with the Office of Sustainability, has a grant application in process to provide funds to support that an initial effort with respect to residential composting.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Polensek. Is there any other questions on division of waste? Okay, Brooke, let's move to the next division.
Page 266, Division of Traffic Engineering, Commissioner Rob Mavick. Page 268, Salaries and Wages, 2023 unaudited, $2,002,363. 2024 budgeted, $2,166,990. Page 269, total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $4,009,712. 2024 budgeted, $4,440,473. Number of employees, December 2023, 26. Budgeted 2024, 28, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Brooke. Is there any questions on the division of traffic engineering? Councilwoman Spencer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, there are many times since I've taken this position that I've wondered whether Rob Mavick is the busiest single employee in the entire city of Cleveland. I don't know how I know how much my office sends his way, and so it's a very, very busy division. I did want to ask through the chair how this division is going to be interfacing with the new 311 rollout and system. I think a lot of the capacity that the public asks of traffic engineering, some of that stuff could be handled through 311. Some of it may still need to be handled at the direction of the commissioner, but I was hoping to get a sense of, does this budget anticipate any interface, increased interface between traffic engineering and 311?
Through the chair, I don't know about increased interface. I think it's no secret that the public works divisions, particularly waste, traffic engineering, et cetera, are the focus of most 311 calls, requests. So I think at a minimum we anticipate that with the new 311 system and our ability to better intake requests and then track them through their life cycle, that traffic engineering will be frankly a huge beneficiary of this work, and it'll help them manage their work a little bit better and manage expectations of folks who are making requests, because the plan is that folks will be able to track their request in real time and see where it is, which that kind of transparency should help alleviate stress and frustration when folks know where their thing is and it's not sitting in some kind of magical black box until months later they get a result or not. So they will be deeply integrated into the new 311 system as they do their work.
That's great. I presume that would be the case, and I think this is a great example of a division that sort of the drag, right? I know that the volume of emails or requests that come to this division, a lot of it could be diverted through 311, and then once we have a 311 up and running and observing how that is functioning, a question that I would love to come back to in terms of this division is, do they have enough capacity then to handle? There is such a huge increased focus now when it comes to Vision Zero, traffic calming. Traffic engineering has been deeply, deeply involved with these really strategic questions. So I think it's not too presumptuous to say that as recently as 5 years ago, I'm making that up, but not in the too distant past, right? Traffic engineering was operating one way. There's been a huge strategic shift with the embrace of Vision Zero and traffic calming. We've collectively made a huge ARPA investment in traffic calming, and traffic engineering, I think, just its strategic place within the city's work is increasingly important. So I think looking forward to ongoing discussions during these budget hearings this year, next year, as this work evolves, as the 311 burden comes off of traffic engineering, are they staffed at a level in which they can really deploy the strategic work that we are all aspiring to in terms of traffic calming, Vision Zero, reducing speeding fatalities that I know we all receive complaints about. So I think it's just something to keep an eye on in this budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Spencer. Is there any other questions on the Division of Traffic Engineering? Okay, Brooke, we'll move to the next department.
Page 384, motor vehicle maintenance, Commissioner Jeffrey Brown. Page 386, salaries and wages, 2023 unaudited, $4,455,664. 2024 budgeted, $4,908,927. Page 388, total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $23,879,573. 2024 budgeted, $25,400,601. Page 389, number of employees, December 2023, 71. Budgeted 2024, 78. Mr. Chairman.
I don't know what finding it.
384.
Here it is right here.
384. That's the beginning.
Oh, 380. Oh, man, yes, that's 288.
These are all over the place.
Different funds. Enterprise fund.
All right, okay. All right, is there any questions on Division of Motor Vehicle Maintenance? No questions on the motor vehicle maintenance? Okay, Brooke, let's go to the next department.
Page 298, street construction, maintenance, and repair, Commissioner Randall Scott. Page 300, salaries and wages, 2023 unaudited, $17,708,925. 2024 budgeted, $18,274,448. Page 302, total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $46,419,076. 2024 budgeted, $42,926,600. Page 303, number of employees, December 2023, 303. Budgeted 2024, 334, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Brooke. Director, other contractuals. I see we have our favorite Snyder Blake here for $170,000, and that's for temporary workers for illegal dumping.
I'm sorry. To the chair, yes, and under professional services.
So the illegal dumping was moved from park maintenance, and now it's in the Division of Streets. So how did we account for that in the budget book? So I know we got it here, right here, but did we take it out of, did it this come directly out of park maintenance?
To the chair, and I don't know that before concentrating all the illegal dumping work, there was a single place where that sat across the organization. So now we're in one, it's all happening out of streets. And so the Snyder Blake contract plus the full-time staff and any technology would be housed in this budget to support our legal dumping efforts.
Okay, can you explain why there is almost of a doubling of our salt and de-icer in materials and supplies?
To the chair, if my recollection is correct from last year, we brought a lot of salt. We had a lot of unused salt from 2022 that we brought into 2023, and as a result did not have to buy as much last year. We used that that cache of salt quite a bit, and so now we're budgeting at levels that are more consistent with what we saw in 2022.
So last year we had one of the mildest winters on record, right?
Yeah.
And we used the salt from the prior year, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Also, on page 302, with interest income and investment income, you know, we went from 416 and we now projected to be 210. Can you explain that to this committee?
Yes, to the chair. So same explanation as we had with the stadium is the balance in this internal service fund will be continuing to be spent down. And so as a result, our interest earnings will go down alongside that.
Okay. All right, is there any questions on the Division of Streets? Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to take 10 seconds of personal privilege, and I have not spoken a ton today, so I feel okay doing that. I just wanted to put a note out there that Randy Scott is a true blessing to the city of Cleveland. And yeah, absolutely. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair. He is a true blessing.
All right, thank you, Councilman McCormick. Yeah.
Just on that point, Randy Scott and team, always people with their teams, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I got to just add my 2 cents to that too as well. The whole team down there. I mean, that's one of the reasons why sometimes we like to have those directors and commissioners, because it's our rare time to really give them some, recognition, because they do follow up whenever we reach out immediately. So thank you.
And to the chair, I would just note, the superlative performance of the folks in this division is one of the reasons why we are moving as much of our street resurfacing work into this division and out of the contracted service that MOCAP has run over the years.
Okay. So I just want to say my little piece on Commissioner Scott. I think it was last week. I think it was 7 o'clock in the morning. I got an email, first start of my day, I got an email, and somebody was complaining about something that I need Commissioner Scott for. And actually, I waited like 15 to 20 minutes. I said, I don't want to wake the commissioner up. When I picked up the phone just after 7:30 and called him, he picked up, Councilman, we're going to handle it right away. And he called me back 15 minutes later and said, Councilman, my crews is out there right now. So I want to say congratulations and thank you to Randy Scott, and I hope he continue to give this city this level of service he's been giving him for the last several decades. Okay, Councilwoman Rebecca Marr.
Thank you. I think we all have, I'm just adding in there and also adding in, I think, Shelton, Coleman, Alfred Sweeney, John Campbell, Kevin Davis, just like rock stars. And just, I mean, you can tell the level of customer service that we experience. I just have a brief question because guardrails has been a passion project of mine. And I know, Mr. Turk over at East 65th Street. What was the jump in guardrail supplies? We went up to 1.3 million last year through the chair. Where'd those guardrails go? I know, they didn't go to your ward, they didn't go to my ward.
This is, if I could, Councilman,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a crack. This is where really you got to do a deep dive operationally. People, unbeknownst to a lot of people, the state used to not allow guardrails in a lot of instances. For the first time, and I got to give Chief Teowin and also Director Williams and Randy Scott, they finally figured out a way for us to be able to deploy guardrails.
Wow.
We were getting denied basic guardrails for just people who were getting their yards ran into every day. I don't know what they did to trigger this thing against state law, but we are now able to deploy guardrails where we have not probably deployed guardrails in years.
That's fantastic. That's exactly what I was wondering because we haven't had one of those guardrail requests this year in my office that got stalled, but my first 2 years in office, it was like, can't do it, can't do it, can't do it. So is that jump, Chief, a result of that change in guardrail policy, the 1.3 million from 2023 unaudited through the chair?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. And is it that expectation that that was sort of a backlog of guardrail requests, and so we'll go back down to a more standard number, or are we anticipating a higher number of guardrails year over year through the chair?
Through the chair, they did not. The division did not request a budget commensurate with last year's expense. So my interpretation of that would be is that we have a nice supply of guardrails now, and we can meet demand as it comes in, and if and when that is depleted, that we would re-up the purchases.
Great. That is, I think, good news for all of us. So what I'm hearing is that my long-standing guardrail issues, now's the time to get them back in. I just briefly want to follow up on the salt and de-icer. I was thinking about this with the mild winter we're having now. Do we do we sort of have a requirements contract where we have to purchase a certain amount of salt under our contract no matter what at the beginning of the year, or can we go bit by bit as the winter unfolds? Through the chair to the director.
Through the chair, so we purchased the salt under a state contract, and the vendor is Cargill. And in talking with the director, though the winter has been mild from a snow perspective, that actually introduces more risk of ice as sort of we're hovering around that freeze point.
Yeah.
And so there's been a good bit of ice of salting that has been needed across the city, even though there has not been a lot of plowing.
Yeah. That's helpful. We actually got a call to my office of somebody sort of saying, how come these city trucks are out there deploying salt? And it was right after that unfortunate incident where somebody had jumped off the shoreway to avoid a car hitting them that had slid on this patch of ice. And so that makes a lot of sense to me. All right, those are my questions for this division. I thank the chair, and thanks to Randy Scott.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Anthony Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No question about the budget. I just, I know we rattled off some names, but, there's a gentleman over at the Glenville Yard who take care of his business as well, and that's San Antonio Gibbons, a rock star over there. So I can't leave my man San Antonio out the conversation. who take care of us on the northeast side, along with the commissioner, assistant commissioner, and John Campbell and others. But San Antonio gets it done for us on the northeast side. All right? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Harrison. Brooke, can you read the last but not least, last department in Public Works?
Page 83, Boxing and Wrestling Commission, Chairman Abdul Muhammin. Page 84, Salaries and Wages, 2023 unaudited, 9,261. 2024, oh, sorry, that was, oh no, I'm right. 2024 budgeted, 31,792. Number of employees, December 2023, 1. Budgeted 2024, 3, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Brooke. Director, the salaries in the Boxing Commission has increased threefold. Is that what I'm saying?
To the chair, it's with respect to the the vacant board members. There have been 2. We anticipate filling those board positions, and that's the explanation for the increase in personnel expense.
Those are paid board members?
Correct.
And approximately how much are those board members compensated?
The chair is just over $9,000, and the board members are $8,300, I believe.
Okay. All right. Is there any questions on the Boxing Commission? Councilwoman Stephanie House Jones.
Okay, hey, to the chair, to the finance, again, whole city of Cleveland. I'm gonna go back to my theme. What are we doing? We're doing too much. We're doing too much. This is one here where this is not a city of Cleveland responsibility. It is not. And I mean it, and I know it's not a lot of money, but again, this is not our responsibility. I will say that, and I will put forth, and people was like, no, we need it. We find some, we utilize someone else to do this. We do not need to have this in the city of Cleveland. That's my point. How is this through the chair to the finance department? Where does this look into the priorities, fundamentally what a local government should be doing? And is this something typical in most local governments?
Through the chair, I do not know if this is the existence of an organization like this is typical. It feels like an outlier. However, I think in the magnitude of our priorities on the administration side, given the size of this organization, it just is not something that has risen to the top of our list.
To the so put it on the board. Can we actually do some research to see how many other to Ms. Saban to actually see how many other cities within Ohio have a boxing commission, how is it structured? I mean, again, fundamentally, we are doing too much. We don't even have recreation centers we can invest in, but then we create a whole other separate industry. And like I said, I just do not want people to feel like I am being whole home on some of our departments. But again, fundamentally, the city of Cleveland does too much. We have too much, and we are not delivering on our quality services for Clevelanders. We have to stop. That's my request, and thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman House Jones. Council President.
Yeah, just briefly, just to follow up on what Councilwoman House Jones is saying. In addition to her request, if we could find out what have they done? Because that would be helpful. I understand in past, the reason that the commission existed was because they were supposed to oversee the actual boxing and wrestling matches that the city of Cleveland have. Now, I do know that we have WWF, which is a huge event that's going to bring a huge amount of money this upcoming summer. The only thing that I would like to do is make sure that we understand what they actually have done, what they are commissioned to do, and if they have not done anything or not commissioned to do anything and is not going to jeopardize something that can future jeopardize us, then that's when we can make sure we address it. I just want to make sure that we don't inadvertently shoot ourselves in the foot on something when there are and they're supposed to oversee something. But I do hear what she's saying. I just want to make sure that we do the research to make sure that we understand, why did the department ever come into existence? What do they oversee? Have they overseen anything? Have they commissioned anything? So that we could get a better sense of that. Because sometimes these folks be doing stuff and we're just not aware of it. It has not risen to your level. And then we mess around and we tank something that we find out we actually needed later. So I just want us to, Councilwoman's point, if we can find out that research of when it was committed, if they did anything, and go from there, okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council President. Councilman Charlie Slight.
Thank you. And quickly, I think where my disconnect with this one is, one, I'm inclined to agree just wholeheartedly with Councilwoman House Jones. But every year we budget $31,000 for this for the 3 commission members, and we've only had 1 commission member for a long time, and they still seem to be doing some degree of workflow. So if the argument that, as I've understood it, is the commission is charged with overseeing these events, I haven't been clear on why that takes 3 people and what there is to vote on, and if it's about monitoring for safety and standards, why that's been a 3-person job and not a 1-person job has always been confusing to me in and of itself. So even if this were to stay, I'm just confused as to why we need to fill 2 vacancies to do something that seems to be done by 1 person infrequently. Again, it's not that much money, but as I've said through various parts of the budget, if we take little pennies across parts of the budget, that starts to add up to really impactful dollars where we could do things that I think would derive more value for our residents. So I'll leave it there.
All right, thank you, Councilman Slight. Councilman Mike Malinsky.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would concur with Councilwoman Jones, House Jones, and the Council President. This goes back to the early 1900s. Think about that. When Cleveland and into the 30s, 40s, 50s, and into the early 60s, where Cleveland was a hotbed of professional fighting, boxing. And your Golden Gloves, look at the AAU national champions that came out of Cleveland, Golden Glove champions. The Collinwood community was a hotbed for boxing in the day, along with the near west side and sections of Glenville. So this goes back to those days, and that has all dissipated. So the question is, again, has been raised repeatedly over I don't know how many budgets now. What do they actually do? What are they responsible for in today's world? And that's something I think we finally need to figure out in 2024. But I can tell you, this was a hotbed for Cleveland was a hotbed, one of the preeminent cities in the country for boxing at one time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Palinsik. Councilman Palinsik, we really do appreciate your how far back your reach goes. I mean,
Back to the days of Jack Johnson.
Rocky Marciano was his championship. Okay, Councilman Danny Kelly.
Brother Collinwood said it all. Thank you.
Okay, all right, Councilman House, do you want to?
Yeah, just the other thing, and so. I'm
sorry, House Jones.
So just the thing. So even looking at it, so I know that the city of Cleveland Columbus does not have a boxing commission. We have the Ohio, and again, I guess this is a point of information. How does our boxing commission connect with the Ohio Athletic Commission, which is the state's authority of regulating boxing, mixed martial arts, wrestling, kickboxing? How does that? Tell me what is the syncing of our boxing commission with the Ohio Athletic Commission, which is the state's authority to actually regulate all of these things?
Okay. All right, is there any other questions on the boxing commission? Are there any other comments on the boxing commission? That concludes Public Works. I'm going to turn the gavel back over to Council President.
All right. So that ends today's budget hearings. We are in, first of all, let's commend Councilman Bishop. He hung in there. And y'all know y'all wore out my good friend Mike Pulisic yesterday. I think he went straight home and went to sleep yesterday after that session. But anyway, tomorrow is 9 a.m. We're going to start sharp. We have guests tomorrow, so please be on time. Cleveland Municipal Court is here first, and I want to reiterate, even though we are overseeing the budget, really by law, we need to be supportive with the budget. So we gotta support the court's budget. They're a separate branch of government, so I want to make sure that I reiterate that. But we will be hearing from all of them tomorrow, as well as the Department of Public Utilities, as well as Office of Equal Opportunity, Community Development, Economic Development, and Capital Projects. That being said, this Committee on Finance, Diversity, yes. Councilman Harris.
I just want to say, yes, we are required to pass their budget, but we are only required to provide reasonable accommodations. So there are accommodations that we feel are unreasonable. We are not required to give those accommodations. So.
Okay. All right, okay, thank you. All
I
right.
was about to say, if the separate branch of government gets deference, the executive is a separate branch too.
All right, okay. All right, so that being said, this session of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is adjourned until tomorrow at 9 a.m.